seated. Senate resumes its business. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following. Minister paper numbers 41 through 44, Cabinet agenda issues dated May 6, 13, 20, and 27 of 2019. Minister paper number 45, entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures. The Denham Town Community Zone Social Intervention, July 17, 2019. Minister paper number 46 of 2019. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures. The Mount Salem Zone Social Intervention, September 1, 2017 to July 17, 2019. The Emergency Powers Continuance Number 2 Resolution 2019. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operation 2019 and Resolution. This is for information. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures. The Denham Town Community Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 4 Order 2019. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures. The Denham Town Community Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 4 Order Resolution 2019. White Paper Number 1 of 2019, entitled National Seed Policy and Action Plan. The Bauxite Production Levy Act, Capital Development Fund, Withdrawal Number 1 Order 2019 for information. And the resolution attached thereto. Green Paper Number 2 of 2019, entitled Draft National Housing Policy. The Primary Exit Profile 2019 National Report. Bath Corporation Bath Fountain Hotel and Spa for the year annual report for the year 2017 to 2018. Auditor General's Department Performance Audit Report, Procurement Management, Minister of Education, Youth and Information. Report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust housing benefits, and report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust housing benefits, Longville Park Housing Development Phase 2A Order 2019.
Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Morning to all. Oh.
Senator Morrison.
Thank you. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the Senate, I will move on the following motion. Whereas surrogacy is being practiced and marketed in Jamaica, and a number of Jamaican women, men, and families are becoming increasingly interested in pursuing this option for raising families, and whereas the psychological impact on the parties involved could lead to mental health challenges, and whereas issues may arise to include ethical concerns regarding surrogacy insofar as it may be pursued for commercial purposes and not for the development of a family, and whereas conflicts arising from transactions concerning surrogacy could demand that the matter be resolved in the courts, and whereas Jamaica has not yet developed the technical and legal framework to govern surrogacy, be it resolved that the government of Jamaica undertake consultations with all stakeholders with a view to crafting an appropriate policy and legislation concerning surrogacy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morrison. Senator Charles.
Mr. President, might I first crave your permission to speak from a seat that is not normally my own? And there are two motions of which I am going to be giving notice this morning, Mr. President. Firstly, Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 resolution. Whereas Section 58(1) of the Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Act, the Act, provides that the Financial Services Commission may, with the approval of the Minister, make regulations providing for such matters as may be necessary or expedient for the purposes of the Act, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing, the regulations may contain provisions in relation to all or any of the following. A. Registers to be kept for the purposes of the Act. B. Provisions to be contained in a trust deed and plan rules or master trust deed. And C. Any other matter required by the Act to be prescribed. And whereas the Financial Services Commission, with the approval of the Minister, on the 15th day of July 2019, made the Pensions, Superannuation Fund and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 be affirmed. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 resolution. And 2. The Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 are affirmed. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at the next meeting of Senate, I will move the following motion. The Emergency Powers Number 2 Continuance Resolution 2019. Whereas by virtue of Section 20, subsection 1 and 2, subsection B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor-General may make a proclamation declaring a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor-General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances. And whereas on the 30th day of April 2019, the Governor-General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland, and further declared that the proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Senates of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each Senate. Well, it will be houses, sorry. Let me read that over. As both houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 20, subsection 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And whereas under provisions of Section 3, subsection 1 of the Emergency Act, and whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3.1 of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Regulation 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3, subsection 4 of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulations so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing of the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers Regulation 2019 were laid in the Senate on the 3rd day of May 2019 and in the House of Representatives on the 4th day of May 2019. And whereas it is resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force until the 29th day of July 2019. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 3 months until the 28th of October 2019, and B, the Emergency Power Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Power Continuance Number 2 Resolution 2019. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 30th day of April 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 3 months until the 28th day of October 2019. And 3. The Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 28th day of October 2019. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Dr. Morris.
Mr. mentioned that we're going to be taking the regulations relating to the pensions and through all its stages, but we weren't aware that that was the intention of the government, because we were told that it would be tabled, and tabled never conveyed to us that it would be debated and taken in all its stages. So we are having a problem with that. With the other two issues, we are pretty fine with the ICT bill and the state of emergency regulation. And since I'm on my feet, Mr. President, I would just bring to your attention that I have asked a number of questions that's on the order paper, and they have. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll come back to that at the appropriate time.
And I accept your request to speak from a seat other than your own.
Thank you.
Dr. Morris, just for clarification, I understand the pensions paper was laid last week, so it has been available for a week. It was actually laid from last week.
That is not. That is not our contention in terms of it being laid from last week. The issue is that we weren't aware that it was going to be taken through all its stages today, because that was not what was conveyed to us.
Thank you. We'll clear that up. I'm sure you can clear it up on a sidebar, but we need to continue. I'm giving a few minutes, Minister Charles, for you to sort this out, pension regulations, before we continue, yes. So pensions, the pension item, the regulations will be delayed until later. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Okay, and so information, that's right. SOE. Thank you, sir. Let's go ahead. Continuing with the agenda, we move to motions relating to sittings of the Senate.
Chair. I think the next item is questions.
What is the status of the answers to the questions?
Senator Charles.
Yes, Senator Morris, I would have to crave your indulgence in that regard. As you know, we are both in the same position today. But I am certain that steps are being taken for the requisite responses to be compiled for you. But I will dutifully ensure that I speak to the leader of government business about the matter as you've brought it up.
Any other questions or answers? No, that answers it. We move to motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the Senate first obtained. And public business.
Mr. President, I rise to commence the debate on a very important bill, shortly titled the Information and Communications Technology Authority Act 2019. And we submit it to this Honorable Senate in light of its importance to the public sector and to the citizens of our country. Mr. President, we note also that the bill was considered by the House of Representatives on Tuesday, June 11th, and passed without amendments. And I'll go into a background and then proceed to the clause-by-clause presentation. Mr. President, the government of Jamaica has embarked on an information and communications technology transformation process in an effort to improve service deliveries to ministries, departments, and agencies of the government. At present, there is no single organization that has full responsibility for ICT, which has resulted then in a number of challenges. These include fragmented, costly, and inefficient implementation of and support for ICT solutions. It includes the absence of a GOJ-wide ICT governance framework to prioritize corporate ICT investments to enable a comprehensive and cohesive approach to the acquisition of ICT solutions, and of course the leveraging of economies of scale. It includes the lack of alignment of service delivery models to the government of Jamaica and our ministries, departments, and agencies with respect to the business needs. It includes challenges with regards to the slow response time and the inefficient use of resources to deliver ICT services, and of course the varying ICT budgets that are available to the ministries, departments and agencies, which triggers inconsistent rate and pace of ICT deployments and support, resulting, Mr. President, in some entities having more modern capabilities while others, unfortunately, are lagging behind. So in light of these challenges, Mr. President, colleagues, steps have been taken over time to improve the information and communications technology governance framework for the government of Jamaica. Of course, we can all agree that in this time, this day, this age, this is critical. In 2013, colleagues, Mr. President, a decision was taken to wind up the Central Information and Technology Office and to incorporate it into the ministry. The Central Information and Technology Office was responsible for developing the ICT policies, the ICT strategies, and the plans and the monitoring of the implementation of those strategies and policies. Mr. President, a decision was also taken to contract a Chief Information Officer to provide overarching technology vision and leadership. And also the decision was taken to reposition Fiscal Services Limited as eGov Jamaica Limited, which we all know today, with the primary responsibility for the implementation of the Government of Jamaica's wide ICT projects. Additionally, a new ICT governance framework was established consisting of an ICT council and a program portfolio management committee to guide and manage the implementation of government-wide major ICT investment and projects. In August 2016, Mr. President, colleagues, Cabinet approved a roadmap and an action plan for the ICT transformation in the government of Jamaica. This is the blueprint report. One of the recommendations of the blueprint report is the formation of a new ICT authority. And this is anticipated to bring the entire ICT function under one roof by consolidating eGov.JA and the office of the CIO, the Chief Information Officer that we spoke of, into this new ICT authority. Also, it is anticipated to provide a single authoritative voice and a framework to expand the range of ICT services required by the government of Jamaica. So, Mr. President, in recommending the establishment of the ICT authority, the blueprint report conducted an analysis of the options that could be pursued in the establishment of same. The options considered were a department of the government of Jamaica, for it to be formed in that regard, a limited liability company, a statutory body. Having weighed the pros and the cons of those three options, it was recommended that the ICT authority be created as a statutory body with expanded functions more suited to the government of Jamaica's ICT trajectory. Additionally, the government of Jamaica policy on the categorization and rationalization of public bodies in applying a principle-based approach to the categorization of public bodies makes a distinction, Mr. President, between public bodies that engage primarily in commercial activities, which we call commercial public bodies, and those that perform functions of a non-commercial or governmental nature. For example, advisory, supervisory, and service delivery functions, and those will be defined in the non-commercial public bodies category. So in this regard, the policy requires that effort be made to facilitate the transition of existing entities to the correct legal form, and specifically provides that all new entities that will provide primarily government public policy functions should be established as statutory bodies and not government companies. Mr. President, the bill before this Honorable Senate today seeks to give effect to the Government of Jamaica's policy direction by then establishing a body to be called the Information and Communications Technology Authority to promote improvements in the ICT service management in the public sector, and the transferring of the functions of eGov.JA and the Office of the CIO to the ICT Authority. Mr. President, the mandate of the authority will be to streamline ICT spend, to drive efficiency, to reduce the unnecessary bureaucracy, and to improve service delivery across and within public bodies, thus changing the way citizens interact with the government and vice versa, changing how basic services are delivered to our citizens, and increasing the level of efficiency in the delivery of the government services through the seamless integration of digital capabilities. Mr. President, let me now turn quickly to the clause by clause. I know my colleagues have substantive presentations to make, so I won't go into much further. Mr. President, of course, clause 1 speaks to the short title and commencement. We would have the bill before us, so I'm going to, as I usually do, implore that we all go to the bill as I'm taught by some of the more experienced senators here. Right, Senator Brown? Yes. The short title and commencement, which establishes that this is the Information and Communications Technology Authority Act 2019. The clause 2 goes, of course, into the definitions for the terms that are used throughout the bills, such as ICT, service management, public body, etc. Clause 3 speaks to the objects, and let me detail that. The objects of the legislation is to create an entity with the core responsibility for, among other things, streamlining and consolidation of the delivery and management of ICT services in all public bodies through a shared services model, and supporting, Mr. President, the implementation and realization of the government's sustainable digital agenda by promoting improvements in ICT service management in all public bodies. Clause 4 speaks to establishes the authority as a corporate body to which Section 28 of the Interpretation Act applies. Clause 5 goes through the functions which we have spoken to. And Mr. President, we can all look on that to see the detailing, advising and making recommendations to the Minister, providing, developing or implementing ICT and related systems and services, operating, directing or facilitating the provision, development and implementation of the ICT systems, ensuring the security and integrity and availability and reliability of the ICT and related systems, and of course, promoting and supporting the development of competencies and professional standards. And that's critical because we consistently here have always brought up the essential need for these services that we seek to deliver to be buttressed with the respective competence. And so clause 5 is critical in that regard. Additionally, Mr. President, the authority, the further functions of the authority are also detailed, and the importance of the authority's ability to develop and issue directives, codes, etc., should never be overstated. At present, Mr. President, there are a limited number of policies, standards, and guidelines that guide all of the ministries, departments, and agencies of the government of Jamaica and how they implement and use ICT. So consequently, there is now a fragmented and an uncoordinated approach. And so we know that the authority is going to be key in pulling that together and in offering management of even social media, or how we use cloud computing. Most importantly, how we protect our data and services. Part of this is very essential in that regard. Clause 6, Mr. President, specifically states that all public bodies shall act in accordance with the directives, codes, standards, and guidelines developed and issued by the authority. Clause 7 covers the ability of the authority to delegate any of its functions, excepting that of the delegation to the Chief Information Officer or any other officer, employee, or agent of the authority. Clause 8 speaks to the authority's requirement to be consulted in instances where there is a different entity planning to undertake a function that the authority is empowered to perform. And again, all of that is critical, Mr. President, so that we create that alignment across the government of Jamaica. Clause 9 speaks to the establishment of the Board of Directors. Clause 10, the functions of the board, including the monitoring of its operations and the prudent management of the funds relating to the authority. Also, that the board is responsible, Mr. President, for the strategic direction and oversight of the ICT authority. Clause 11 provides for the minister to give general policy direction to the board in the performance of its functions. Clause 12 and 13 and 14 speak to the Chief Information Officer, who shall be responsible for the proper day-to-day administration of the management of the authority. 13 speaks to the appointment of the officer, and 14 details the functions of the CIO, which relate to developing and implementing of programs, performance targets, service standards, and any other standards of the authority for approval by the board. And I know that, for instance, Senator Webby, you're very pleased to hear of these inclusions, because this is critical in terms of the management process and ensuring that what is being structured by this authority will be sustainable, lasting, and achieve the standards that persons in the private sector also seek. Clause 15, Mr. President, speaks to the appointment and employment of officers and employees of the authority. Clause 16 seeks to make provisions, Mr. President, for arrangements to be put in place to provide for benefits such as medical and pension for the employees of the authority. Clause 17 relates to the obligations of secrecy, and that, Mr. President, speaks for itself, that all employees shall regard and deal with as secret and confidential all documents and information relating to the functions of the authority, and outlines the penalty for non-compliance. And we can all appreciate, again, the critical nature of confidentiality. Clause 18 seeks to identify, Mr. President, the various sources from which the operations of the authority may be funded, and these include, but are not limited to, fees, grants, monies placed at its disposal by Parliament, and monies assigned to public body. And it is important, Mr. President and colleagues, for us to make clear there is no intention to redirect all funding for ICT matters away from the ministries, departments, and agencies and to the ICT authority. That is not the intention. As suggested by Clause 521 of the bill, the ministries, departments, and agencies will continue to have control over the funding for their ICT staff and capital ICT related expenditures. However, funding may be diverted to the authority for the maintenance and the licensing of existing ICT and related systems and services, such as enterprise-wide software licenses. Remember, what we're seeking to do is to ensure that the ministries, departments, and agencies have the competence to function in their individuality, but where it makes sense and is smarter for us to have this unanimity, for instance, of a software license, those things will be done through the ICT authority. It will improve our ability to manage the ICT across the board, as well as increasing the efficiency and use of taxpayers' money. Mr. President, Clause 19 speaks to the monitoring of compliance by public bodies with the directives, codes, policies, standards, or guidelines that have been developed by the authority. And Clause 20 empowers the authority to execute ICT audits of the ICT infrastructure, architecture, policies, and operations of public bodies. And I can already hear one of my colleagues speaking about the need for us to ensure that there is monitoring and auditing. And so Clause 20, Mr. President, is very critical. We also note that these audits will not preclude the ICT audits being conducted by the Auditor General, but rather will operate similar to the internal audit mechanism, where internal audit units within the ministries, departments, and agencies undertake audits of areas that are also then audited by the Auditor General. Clause 21 indicates that the authority shall report on the compliance of public bodies after the conclusion of the ICT audits, and it also details, Mr. President, the areas within the report. Areas of focus of the ICT audit will be delineated, the material findings from the audit, any measures required to safeguard or restore the security, integrity, availability, and reliability of any ICT system also should be detailed. Mr. President, the authority is required also to transmit this report to the minister, the public body concerned, and the minister responsible for the public body concerned. Mr. President, we also should note that it is contemplated that the ICT authority, in the performance of its monitoring functions, will operate in like manner as the Auditor General. Consequently, the ICT authority is not vested with any powers to impose sanctions for non-compliance with directives, codes, etc. issued by the authority. Clause 22, Mr. President, gives the authority the right to implement or to direct a public body to implement measures that it deems necessary to remedy any of the identifiable risks or vulnerabilities. And this again is critical, because without that, it would almost be nonsensical for us to have all of these activities. We should be able to direct that measures be taken to address vulnerabilities. It also, Mr. President, gives the authority the right to direct the deployment of appropriate resources, including personnel, to the public body. Clause 23 speaks to the regulations, and we know that those are made for the better administration of all of our acts. 24, the replacement of predecessor entities with the authority. And we spoke to that already, Mr. President, in relation to the eGov and the Office of the Chief Information Officer, which will be replaced, and those functions will fall under the authority once the legislation comes into effect. Additionally, all of the assets, rights, liabilities, obligations, and documents will be transferred to the authority on the appointment day, which is understandable. As part of the closing out activities, Mr. President, the predecessor entities are required also to transmit to the minister a report of all of their activities and statement of accounts for an accounting period ending immediately before the appointed day. Mr. President, we move to Clause 25, which seeks to protect the rights of the employees by guaranteeing that the terms and conditions of their employment with the authority remain as it was the predecessor as it was with the predecessor entities. And again, I know that these are issues that would be of interest to our senators. As such, Clause 25 specifically provides that there shall be no break in the employment or service of an officer, Senator Gill, or employee whose employment is transferred from the predecessor entities to the authority. However, let us be clear, this does not prevent an officer or employee of the predecessor entities from electing not to transfer to the authority or from resigning at any time after the appointed date. Nor does it prevent the terms and conditions of employment of an employee from being altered by agreement. Mr. President, we are asked to note that the ICT service delivery model being implemented is a hybrid one. That is, it's neither completely decentralized nor is it completely centralized. This means that the ministries, departments, and agencies will retain their in-house ICT staff and will be served by the ICT authority through a set of organizational clusters. Clause 26, Mr. President, provides for the continuity of policies and processes issued by and action taken by the predecessor entities as the authority becomes operational. Colleagues, let us now turn to the schedules in the bill. And the first schedule, as you would have perhaps perused already, outlines the constitution and the operation of the Board of Directors of the authority. Paragraph 1 speaks to the constitution of the board, consisting of 9 members, with the chief information being an ex officio member. Paragraph 2 speaks to appointment and 3 to tenure. And you see where from paragraph 4 going down all the way to paragraph 13, you speak about the members, vacancies, disqualification, revocation, leave of absence, reappointment, remuneration, resignations. Paragraphs 14 then to 19 speak to the disclosure of interest, which of course is critical, and then details meetings, special meetings, minutes, how the board regulates itself, validity of proceedings, and then that schedule, Mr. President, is closed off between paragraph 20 to 24, detailing the committees and reports, indemnity, seal and authentication of documents, and the membership of the board, not public office. Second schedule speaks to the financial provisions and the accountability of the authority in relation to its funds. And colleagues, Mr. President, you will see that paragraph 1 makes it clear that the authority's financial year commences on April 1 and ends on March 31. As usual, it speaks to the financial year, and then moves from there to detail in the remaining paragraphs the financial duties as the conduct of activities, the investment and the holding of accounts by the authority, accounts and other documents, reports of activities, estimates of revenue and expenditure, returns, accounts and other information, audits and other things. So it goes through to detail those things, even speaking about special audits and the reports that we discussed in paragraph 9 and 10. And that schedule is closed off, paragraph 11, providing for the Auditor General, as I had said before, to examine the accounts of the authority at any time, and paragraph 12, making provision for all debts owed to the authority to be recoverable in a parish court as a civil debt. So, Mr. President, I think we have gone through in sufficient detail, and I know my colleagues have already read this bill and digested it, and so we invite their contribution to what I am certain will be a constructive debate as we move to implement, Mr. President, this ICT authority, which is critical. The bill is important, Mr. President, to the government's attempt to move away from this fragmented, uncoordinated, and costly approach to implementation of ICT investments throughout our government and respective agencies. And this is going to be done, as we said, by ensuring that there is a single authoritative voice which is accountable and responsible for ICT government-wide. And Mr. President, in that regard, I seek the support of all members of this Honorable Senate in passing this important bill, subject to their contributions. And I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Charles. Senator Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to this very important debate on this, what I call the ICT bill. Mr. President, the government should have no fear, because we fully support this legislation, because it has its genesis in our previous administration dating back to 2013. And so we are fully cognizant of the strategic thinking of the administration then to create that sort of environment that would allow for greater efficiency in the public service through the use of ICT. And so we are fully supportive of this legislation. Mr. President, we have been on a journey in terms of creating a technological environment in Jamaica. And the truth is that we have led the charge in the Caribbean to use ICT in terms of transforming our economy. And that had its linkage to the liberalization of the telecommunications industry, which dates back to 1998. And it was during that time, and I remember distinctly because it was my first year, Senator Webby, that I sat in the Senate. And I remember distinctly the debates that we had as it relates to the liberalization of the telecommunications industry, because individuals were of the view that we were venturing into uncharted water. The fact that the then telecommunications company had a 50-year monopoly, that a license that they received in 1998. And so if we were to operate based on that license from 1988, it would mean that up to 2038, we would still be under that regime. So even now, we would still be under that regime. And it was through sage thinking and strategic action that led to the liberalization of the telecommunications industry and opened up the entire landscape of Jamaica.
Who did it again? What was the minister?
I think that there was a minister with a popular horse racing name by the name of Fiani Paulwell, I think is the person. Mr. President, and we know the significant benefit that has come to the Jamaican economy and society as a result of the ICT thrust. Jamaica is the leading country in the Caribbean when it comes on to ICT infrastructure, and we are very proud of that. We are very proud of that. Mr. President, I remember when I sat as Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security between 2001 and 2007, the portfolio responsibility for the National Insurance Scheme fell under my responsibilities. And you know that issues relating to our pensioners, extremely dear to my heart and extremely important to the function of government. We were getting a lot of complaints from contributors to the NIS as to what was taking place, the time it took from retirement to them collecting, Senator Charles, their first pension check. The system or the policies were there in the ministry for a pensioner or a retiree upon retirement. It would take 4 weeks for that individual to get their pension. Once all the contributions are in the system. But you know, when you look at some of the reasons why it was taking 8, 9, 10, 2 years for individuals to get their pension, what they contributed to. When you look, it's because we were operating a paper-based system. And papers got lost in the whole process. And it is the contributors of the scheme that suffers, Senator Gale. And as a trade unionist, you know that for your workers, you want them just as how they contribute their pension money on a timely basis, monthly. They must get their contributions promptly when they retire. And so the ministry engaged in a process to really start the computerization of the system to make it easier for pensioners to get on the system and get their retirement money as soon as they retired. I mean, I don't know what obtains now in the ministry, but I I still hear the complaints, Senator Morgan, coming from pensioners as to the time it is taking for them to get their pension. And it's something that we have to work on, because it is unfair for these individuals to make their contribution, work hard, retire, and when they retire, you know, they have a difficulty to collect what is lawfully theirs. I mean, I'm not bashing the NIS, because it is one of the best pension schemes in the country. I say that without any fear of contradiction or apology, because the truth is, when you look at how much money an individual puts in the scheme and how much they end up getting over their retirement years, significantly more than they had ever put into the scheme. So I'm not bashing it, but I want us to put in place the systems that would allow for retirees to get their pension on time, and one response to that is through the utilization of ICT. Mr. President, in going through the legislation, I always try to look for provisions for persons with disabilities, because I know that everybody else is going to speak about all different things relating to the bill. So I have to look I have to look for it, just as how you look out for the workers. So I looked through the bill, and as I went through, I started out by asking myself, what is the philosophical grounding in the bill where persons with disabilities are concerned? And that is where I see some lapsity, Mr. President, because here we should adopt a philosophy that is inclusive and embraces participation of persons with disabilities in the broader society. And I don't get the feeling that that was an undergirding philosophy in going through the legislation. And I think that I'm going to be making some suggestion that will seek to enhance that, because, Mr. President, we have come a far way in the world today, and ICT is that critical link that bridge the gap between the disabled and the non-disabled. It facilitates easy communication between me and Senator Charles. Because if I was to braille my presentation, Senator Charles couldn't read it, because he is not familiar with braille.
If he take off his glasses, he can't read.
Even if he takes off his glasses. The fact of the matter is that ICT, however, creates that critical linkage, so I can prepare my presentation in a language and in a format that is user-friendly to Senator Charles. And that is where ICT becomes the great equalizer. Mr. President, what is happening with the technology? And pardon me, Mr. President, if I take a little time because it's my stomping ground. And I was told by individuals in my academic circle that when I get an opportunity in the parliament, I must highlight how important ICT is in terms of engaging persons with disabilities in the broader developmental trajectory. And so I want to point out, Mr. President, how the technology is evolving to the point where we have reached facial recognition, where my computer, or let me point and be more specifically, there are apps being developed now on the iPad or any of the Apple suites that will allow me as a blind person to take a picture of Senator Scott Motley or any member of the chamber, and upon taking that picture, it will describe and say to me, picture of beautiful lady with glasses on. Now, that is where the technology is moving.
Can they say she's married or not?
We don't reach there yet. We don't reach there yet. But it is a work in progress. And then voice recognition, critical part of the process, because a person who has a physical disability, for example, no hands where they can type, Senator Webby, that person can speak into the computer via the use of a software called Dragon Naturally Speaking. And in Dragon Naturally Speaking, and in speaking in that, it recognizes the voice, and whatsoever you speak into it, it converts it into print, allowing a physically disabled person with no hands to communicate effectively. And you know what has been happening, Senator Morgan? The non-disabled persons have captured that technology, because a lot of them are now using that technology to assist in their work. As a matter of fact, it has assisted in driving down the cost of that software for persons with physical disabilities, because whereas a software like JAWS that I am using now would cost $1,400, the Dragon Naturally Speaking costs about $200, and it's because it have a wider demand, a greater demand than the JAWS. Well, you know, I mean, you have other software like NVDA that costs less for a blind person, right? But JAWS is most consistent and reliable and more expensive. But you know, you get real good returns on using the JAWS software. And then, you know, I mean, there are other software that is being developed for deaf persons. You have what you call the eye communicator that assist in converting stuff into sign language to allow deaf persons to communicate. But what is happening, Mr. President, is that these technologies are extremely expensive when it comes on to persons with disabilities. Extremely expensive. And one of the things that I am calling for is that government have to use existing mechanism and resources to ensure that they put in place mechanism to assist persons with disabilities in accessing the technology, both hardware and software, so that they can be integrated in the broader productive capacity of our economy. It has to happen, Mr. President, because whilst jobs are being created, Senator Charles, persons with disabilities are not benefiting from it. Because what? A lot of the employers are going to ask the first question: how are you going to be able to function at the workplace? Do you have the software? Do you have the computers to be engaged in daily productive activity? And they don't. And you can't expect that the companies are going to take on that expense all by themselves. Governmental action is required to ensure that we stimulate greater employment of persons with disabilities in the economy. And that is something that has to be dealt with from a broader policy perspective, because yesterday I had an interview with the Jamaica Employers Federation, and they are willing to employ persons with disabilities. I mean, you know, Senator Webby, who is in here, I mean, his company employs one of the most successful person with a disability in the country, and I mean, they invested heavily in the individual as well. And that is a testimony of what a person with disability can do when you have a corporate sponsor using the technology and the person himself being motivated and having the talent. Right? And that is what we want to see to unlock the potential of persons with disabilities. And it can be done through the use of ICT. Mr. President, as I looked through the bill and I looked at the function of the authority, I realized that there is a need, and there will be a need, for the authority to start its work, because a part of the effort and the function of the authority is to provide for standardization of ICTs right across the public sector. And in that regard, they have to start with making sure that all government websites are fully accessible to persons with disabilities. It cannot be that we are in the information age, and because of how websites are configured, being by and large inaccessible, you're isolating or restricting the participation of a significant segment of your population. And I want to call on the authority that as soon as they start their work, that they make sure that all government websites are accessible to persons with disabilities. You know, Mr. President, I have spoken in this chamber on a number of occasions, and I want to thank the clerk and the team because I'm getting greater consistency now in terms of the flow of documents in an accessible format. I did get the ICT bill yesterday as well, and I got it on a timely basis. I got it on a timely basis. Now, Mr. President, I have explained in this chamber that one of the things that is happening, and I think we as persons with disabilities have a duty to explain to non-disabled persons how the technology works for us, but also the non-disabled have to be prepared to listen to us. Because when you scan a document, for example, and you send it to me, you just scan it, you send it to me, it comes up on my computer as a picture. It poses a challenge for the JAWS software to recognize it. But if it is that you send me that document in Microsoft Word, in Excel, or any of the Windows or Microsoft platforms, it is readable to me. It allows me to access the information independently. Or even if you send it in what we call an original text format, PDF, original text format, it will allow me to read it. But once you scan it and send it to me as a blind person, it is going to pose a problem. And we have to consistently say that to individuals for them to understand. Pardon me? We have to consistently say that so that individuals understand how to effectively communicate with us. And again, I see the Parliament have worked out a way to get the document converted in an accessible format. I have some little tweaking that we need to work on, Mrs. Cook, but I will discuss that with you, and I know that you will. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That was they never wanted me to leave. They never tell you that. But we had a very productive meeting, and we're looking forward to a Parliament that is fully accessible for persons with disabilities. We're talking about access and the use of modern technologies. Mr. President, I look as well at the compilation or the appointment of members to the board in Section 9. And I want to recommend that a person with disability be included, well, let me say, a person with disability who is knowledgeable of ICT to be included in the board, on the board. You see, we have a global slogan, Senator Braham, that says, nothing about us without us. And we want to make sure that when you're formulating programs and policies that is going to impact on persons with disabilities, that we are brought to the table to make sure that our voices are heard. And I think that it is only fair that in a field that is going to impact significantly on the population of persons with disabilities, that at least one person, you have 9 members, Minister Charles, who are going to be appointed on the board. All we're asking you for is one dege person with a disability, one dege person to be included on the board, and I think that that is only a fair request. Mr. President, Section 17 deals with the issue of confidentiality and breaches of the legislation. And I take note of subsection 4, which points to the penalty of $5 million. What?
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, we ask that it be considered for his time to be extended appropriately.
The question is that the Speaker's time be extended for him to finish his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks to my colleague for their gracious extension. Mr. President, I take note of the penalty here, $5 million for any breach of confidentiality in subsection 4. And I don't have a problem, Mr. President, with penalties being created for any breaches of the rules. But Mr. President, one of the things that I want to see is consistency throughout government. And when I say consistency throughout government, I want to see when we have regulations or legislation with penalties for acts of corruption, impropriety in government, that we see similar stiff penalties being formulated for those who conduct the breaches. Because in an era and in a season when we are seeing and hearing of greater breaches of government guidelines and regulations, we want to make sure that the same way you are going to penalize the civil servants or public servants, we want to make sure that there are similar penalties for political operatives who breach the rules. And Senator Webby, it don't matter if them over here so, it don't matter if them over there so. You see thief, a thief, and we have to start call them by their name, whether them over on that side or they are on this side. We need to stop this thing where we are defend the bad attitude of some individuals. And you see what is happening, you know? It will make good people like Senator Brigham. It will make good people like me. Yes, man. What do you, man? I mean, Senator Brigham is a good man, man. Good man. But it's making all of us look bad. And when we stand up and say, you did do it too. You know, it's like, say, boy, because my grandfather was a thief, me must be a thief. And we have to change that attitude in our utterances in the public place. You know, we have to change it. And I want to see, just as how we are putting in place these stiff penalties for individuals in the authority that breach confidentiality. I want to see similar approaches for our politicians who breach the rules and the guidelines that are outlined in government. Mr. President, the bill makes provision for the, and this is my final observation, the bill makes provision for the authority to conduct audits on the ICT platform of government. And this is reflected in clause 21. Now, one of the things that I want to see in the audit that is being conducted is provision for assessment as to the state of accessibility for persons with disabilities. We must get regular updates from these audits as to what is the state of access for persons with disability. It must become a feature of the system, because what we want, remember I started out my presentation from a philosophical position of inclusion and participation. And the only way you are going to know if those foundational principles are being adhered to is if in the audit you are doing your assessment, and you have to make sure that you check to see if a person who is deaf is accessing the websites of the ministries easily, to ensure that a person who is blind can go on the website of government and click on and read documents coming from the parliament. That is the sort of information that should be featured in the audit that is being conducted. Mr. President, I think this is a very useful and progressive engagement. And the bill is taking us in the right direction, because we are in the technological era and we have to use technology to drive and transform our society. And government is one of the biggest service provider in our economy. And in order for them to be efficient, they have to utilize the technology. But I say, in utilizing the technology, they have to be inclusive and they have to allow for participation for persons with disabilities. The 2011 census showed 580,000 persons with disabilities. I mean, I might have some problems with the data, but it starting is showing 580,000 individuals with some form of disability. It's a significant portion of our population. We have to make sure so that we make provision for them. The other 80% or so can't be moving in one direction, and then persons with disabilities stand still. We're not going to condone it, and as long as I'm in the parliament, I'm going to speak up for them. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Morris. Senator Gale.
Mr. President, you know, even when I was standing up, I was still applauding Senator Morris and how he infused in his presentation
the right and access of people living with disability. You want to tell him that I've just sat down? You are misleading. Mr. President, this is a good legislation. It's good for government. It's good for citizens. It's good for service. It's good for the future. And it's good for Jamaica. You know, information technology is a key driver of increasing knowledge-based global economy. Technology, Mr. President, has transformational power. It is a great level of opportunity within and across economies. And recognizing this potential of IT, I believe, you know, and Senator Morris, you spoke about it in terms of the Caribbean. Several economies in this region should invest in infrastructure and adopt proactive policies to foster the adoption of IT. Consequently, economies would experience much faster and more equitable growth in their development indices, and they would move up rapidly. This piece of legislation is seeking to improve effectively and efficiently how the public sector is transformed. And there has been this talk about public sector transformation, and we have been speaking about it for a very long time. But our public sector will not be effectively transformed to the level and desire if there's no great investment in technology. And this is what we can garner from this. There is room for growth, but no room for complacency. A conducive policy environment and concerted strategy is needed for the country to remain a global player on a long-term basis. Mr. President, Jamaica today stands at the cusp of development. The Jamaican workforce is young, and the younger generation is also quick to adapt to new technologies. This is one factor of our core competitive strength. And this is one of the reasons our investment in technology has been one of the reasons why we have been able to attract investment. And so, Mr. President, with that being in place, I believe we should exploit it. We should exploit it. ICT is known to have transformed businesses and created new products and markets and improved the productivity and efficiency of other sectors. A national push, and this is what it ought to be, not just for the public sector on its own, but our trust for improvement and efficiency and investment in technology should be right across all sectors to improve health, education, skills development, financial inclusion, and also employment creation. Mr. President, emerging technology trends will make it possible for thousands of citizens to access service electronically in self-service mode using only their mobile phones. The banks now, they are pushing for their customers to use and to adapt to technology by embracing different applications. And so the public sector must get to that stage where the service provided to citizens is in that mode, that electronic mode, to create the level of efficiency and productivity. And that is where we ought to be going. Mr. President, We must move to a smart country objective. A smart country objective, which maximizes and leverages the power of ICT to help address our challenges that we face. There are some positives out of this that we must seek to expand on and to explore. We must encourage the adoption of ICT in key economic strategic sectors. I've said it before, in all sectors, both small and medium-term enterprise. I came here this morning and look at all the paper. Look at all the paper. You go to some of these ministries and agencies and departments and all the papers. Apart from the fact that I believe paper attract roach, there's a cost to printing and there's a the cost for stationery. And we can reduce that cost. We can reduce that cost by creating the level of efficiencies by moving to an electronic mode. We can provide fiscal benefits to small and medium-term enterprises and startups for adoption in IT in the value creation. Mr. President, if we move at this effectively, it will start creating some more jobs where we can create a pool of additional skill, manpower in ICT. I want us to push in this country where at least one individual in every household is illiterate. At least one individual in every household is illiterate, meaning electronically literate. Mr. President, what it does is that it also provides for a mandatory delivery and affordable access to all public service in an electronic mode. Just leave me alone because you can hardly see yours. Mr. President, this piece of legislation would go very far away. And I want to highlight some areas in the legislation. Clause 5, sir, the functions of the authority. And it details in a very clear way what are those functions. It is going to require effective and efficient staffing and the ability to attract and to retain the composite skills. But it's also going to call for heavy investment in technological development, hardware and software, and the training and development of the staff. Mr. President, Clause 15 of the bill speaks to the appointment and employment of officers and employees of the authority. It says that the authority may appoint and employ to any office or post in the authority such officers or employees of such remuneration and on such terms and conditions as the authority considers necessary for the purposes of this act. Went on in 2, except with prior written approval of the minister responsible for the public service. No salary in excess of the prescribed rate shall be assigned to any officer or employee. And B, no appointment shall be made to any office or post to which a salary in excess of the prescribed rate is assigned. Mr. President, I'm a little concerned with how this is treated. I can understand the need to have it crafted in the legislation as a protective measure. But in the field of information technology, to attract and to retain the composite skills, it comes at a cost. And so the Ministry of Finance has to be very careful in how it instructs the rate applicable for certain of these skill sets. Because you may have a difficulty in attracting the composite skills because of the rates that are being paid that are not competitive. And so I want to urge the ministry in this regard that sometimes it has to really accept the request from entities when they are trying to attract and to retain jobs. Especially, Senator Brown, you know that the ministry sometimes suggests that when you're trying to fill a particular position on a structure, they will say to you, this structure is not approved because it's nowhere else in the public sector. But we have to take into consideration that some of these jobs that are going to be required for the future are not there today. And they are emerging jobs. And so there has to be, as part of the transformation of the public sector, the Ministry of Finance must transform its mind to be more agile and flexible. It's a mindset change, to be more agile and flexible in accepting onward trends. Mr. President, under 15.6, it says the Chief Information Officer shall consult with the board in establishing the qualification for each office or post within the authority. Now, one has to question whether or not you're giving the board an overreaching responsibility that should be in the ambit and prerogative of management. Because to determine the qualification of each post, or office, or job, that's a specific role defined under management capability to develop the methodology. The board can give advice, but this is suggesting that in my mind, and you see, you're a board chairman, so I can understand how you feel about this. But in my mind, allow the management to exercise its fundamental roles in defining what those qualifications are, what those specifications are, the future composite factors. Mr. President, I like clause 25. The transfer of officers and employees of predecessors' entities to the authority. With effect from the appointed, an officer or employee of the predecessor entity shall be an officer or employee of the authority on such terms and conditions of employment that are no less favorable. Now, this gives protection to the existing cadre. It gives the protection to the existing cadre. It ensures transition. But terms and conditions of employment, there is a clause in the MOU between the unions and the public sector and the government. That also suggests, Senator Brown, that part of the terms and conditions that should be transferred in such a case is trade union representation. And so, it's honored, and it must continue to be honored. Mr. President, there is one other area that I want to make reference to, because I believe it's important in this technological age, and it's under the schedule. It's 15, treating with meetings. Treating with meetings. And it says under 15.3, a meeting may be held in person or virtually using suitable electronic means. Now, we couldn't move to such a legislation without giving the opportunity to holding and hosting meetings in that particular mode. But I go further, because you have boards now that sit. You have boards now that sit. And like in June and July, when people take vacation and they travel, board can't find quorum. This gives the opportunity for a board member to be anywhere and to be afforded the opportunity to participate. And I'm encouraging that this aspect of the legislation must be encouraged to be utilized in all boards for efficiency and expediency. Mr. President, this is going a far way. We must encourage technological change, and as I've said, we must move to being a smart country. We want to see the changes made so that our public sector service is transformed in such a way, Senator Webby, that it can effectively provide the required services to the private sector and the citizens on a whole. Mr. President, this is an effective piece of legislation. I'm in full support of it. May it please you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Horton.
Mr. President, permission
Senator
to
Horton.
speak
Senator
from
Horton.
a seat other than my own.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Excellent. This bill has been long coming. Jamaica has needed something like this for decades, and I must commend the government for making the effort to put this bill into effect. In 2010, I lived in England, and I came home for the Easter holidays, and I left my car with a colleague, and he was driving the car about when I received a phone call that he was stopped by the police. When he was stopped by the police asked him for the paperwork for the vehicle as well as his license, and they were able to express to him that Andre Horton is in Jamaica, so why is he driving Andre Horton's car? And they knew that from just looking at the license plate. Now fast forward to 2018, I lost my car documents. I left my car to be sprayed, and when I went for it, the documents weren't there. So I went to the police station to get new documents. When I went, I got one story from a police. They sent me to the tax office, and I went to the tax office. Went back to them, they sent me back to the tax office. I went back to them, they sent me back to the tax office. In a looped up sort of antagonistic procedure that could have been solved if our communication technology was integrated. So I hear someone told me that politicians don't like an integrated information system because it reduces the loopholes that are available to them to embezzle funds. We have to take a different approach now. We have to close all those loopholes. We have to stop the leakages from these licky politicians who pretend as if they love our country. I'm from West Central St. James, Granville, Kitchener, CLM, Bourg, Free Zone area that relies so much on business ICT. And we have been able, as a country, to facilitate the expansion of business ICT, but we have not been able to facilitate the integration of government information communication technology. My experiences give me ideas, and my ideas, I present them so that in the future we can have better experiences. The fourth industrial revolution is upon us, and we are dealing with generation X and Y people, which means that information communication technology will form the backbone of how the economy integrates, how the government relates to its citizens, and most importantly, how efficient a government is. When we look at Jamaica, and we look at the resources available to us, it is important that we do not only table this bill in Parliament, but it is important that we act upon this bill when it is tabled. Many times you see we have different government ministries, agencies, and departments, and their functions are inefficient, their functions are not up to standard, and most of them are not functioning with the prescribed rules and procedures that they once had when they began. And it is important for us to look at this ICT bill and realize that now the implementation is important. Senator Morris spoke about inclusion, spoke about making ICT accessible to the disabled. I do agree. And also, we want the ICT to be fully flexible and accommodating to not just the disabled, but to everyone across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Poverty alleviation across rural parishes in many countries have come about through the internet. Globalization has brought the world together, and globalization now is bringing employment to rural areas. So government ICT is going to play an important role in how this transitions. The fourth industrial revolution is not a joke. Fourth industrial revolution is here, and it is here to stay. And as a result, the Jamaican government must look at itself as a facilitator for our young people and for our businesses. Technology and its use thereof is therefore not a joke and should be taken seriously because there are many spill-offs, positives and negatives, that are associated with its use. The Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, many businesses across the length and breadth of Montego Bay rely on the use of ICT, and as a result, we know its function and its power. Music, sports, culture, all in the modern world rely on ICT, and the government must infuse this in its attempt to serve the country and to present an efficient distribution of resources that we need so much. Data protection, very important, because if we're looking at ICT, we're looking at information communication technology, it is important that we understand that data is first and foremost the foundation. So data protection is going to be important. How we deal with cybercrime, how do we deal with cybercrime, cybersecurity. So the bill is welcome, and we appreciate it. I know we have a long day, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. As you can see here, I'm illiterate, so I'm taking notes from my cell phone. I think that we sometimes speak too much of what we want, but we never tend to do what is necessary to achieve the objectives that we want. Fundamentally, the ICT board and committees should be flexible. They should be flexible to change in the global environment. They should be flexible to changes in overall understanding of intellectual property within the global environment. And it should be flexible in such a way that it transitions Jamaica from its current state of backwardness and the current state of underdevelopment to a state of being futuristic and a state where we are on a proper trajectory to achieve development because of information communication technology and its use thereof. Mr. President, we learned of how Silicon Valley as a community, as a place, has transformed the use of ICT, has transformed the use of the internet and the computer in general, and how impactful it has been on the development of not just the valley and the state in which the valley resides, but the entire United States. Now, given where Jamaica is and given the objectives that we want to achieve as a country, it is important that we realize that we too have the ability to infuse this information communication technology into a lot of the government's processes and also in a lot of how we coordinate economic activity. Fundamentally, the country is in a prime transitional phase, and for too long, many government ministries, departments, and agencies have operated disjointed of each other. So information from one ministry is not transferred to another ministry. Information from one department is barred from being transferred to another department. And as I said earlier, when I inquired about why is this so as a non-politician, I heard that politicians needed this because this is how they nyama food. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica is gone far beyond politicians nyaming food from the processes that are necessary to serve this country. The country has gone far beyond politicians being selfish in their approach to the management of the country's affairs, the management of data, and the management of information. So I implore now that we are on the right path, and if we continue, if this is allowed to come into play with full effect and without prejudice and bias, and if we integrate our data as a government, then it will reduce much of the costs we face. It will improve a lot of the handicaps that we face, and it will reduce much of the inefficiency that the government now has to grapple with in its attempt to be the best at governance. Fundamentally, standardization of processes and procedures are important. We want the staff of this particular body that we want to create to understand fully the importance of the role they want to carry out. But not just the staff of this body. We want straight across the government ministries, departments, and agencies a willingness and an ability to understand that the procedures and the processes that the government carry out is necessary for the country to function at its optimum. For too long, within the government and different ministries and different departments, you have a particular job to carry out, and you go to one person and you get this instruction, you go to another person, you get another instructions, and next week you get a third instruction, none of which are relevant to what you want to do. Now, fundamentally, we practice the principle GIGO, which means garbage in, garbage out. So although we see this ICT as being the savior, if it is not managed properly, if it is not coordinated properly, then garbage in, garbage out. And we've seen in many instances where this has been the case. I will not redress. But going forward, we have to make sure that the staff, not just the facilities, but the staff who are responsible for carrying out much of this on a day-to-day basis are fully equipped with the knowledge and understanding that Jamaica depends on this to move forward. Yeah, and I'll stop there for today.
Thank you, Senator Horton. Senator Webby.
Sir, thank you very much, Mr. President. Permission to speak from your seat. Permission to speak from a seat that is not my own. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to start off my presentation today by recognizing the contribution by Senator Floyd Morris. And Senator, I thought it was a really good presentation. And what I would also say is that I appreciated the comment that you made about both sides being held accountable to the rule of law. You will recall, Senator Morris, that a few weeks ago in this very house, I made a similar comment that parliamentarians should be held to the full extent in terms of the rule of law, because that's a breach of trust, to the people who elected us. Let me also say, and I say this in all seriousness, sometimes Senator Scott Motley, and I've heard Senator Knight, we have to be careful how we broadbrush politicians as thieves and tricksters, etc. Right? I have politicians, friends, good friends on both sides, both People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party, and those people are individuals of the highest integrity that I've known in Jamaica. So I say this in our exuberance. Let us be careful how we broadbrush politicians. They are very, very, very good people, good Jamaican people with the highest integrity in this country. And I thought I'd start my presentation like that. Mr. President, let me say that I rise in support of the Information and Communication Technology Authority Act. I think when you look on the framework of the Act, it basically achieves where we should be going. Mr. President, it achieves the streamlining of government expenditure in ICT. It also, and I think Senator Horton mentioned it, it drives efficiency throughout our government system. And also, it reduces unnecessary bureaucracy and improving service delivery. And if you look on the bill, Mr. President, it is actually in line with our broader Vision 2030 goals, where we set out under the Information and Communication Technology Sector Plan, which is critical for Jamaica to reach development country status by 2030. I listened very carefully to the presentations before me, where we speak about the impact on technology on the world. And I want to share, Mr. President, some practical examples of how technology have really changed the world. And I'm speaking about it within the last decade or so. Mr. President, the world's largest taxi company owns no taxis, called Uber. Mr. President, the largest accommodation provider has no real estate. It's called Airbnb. Mr. President, the largest phone company owns no telecom infrastructure. It's called Skype. Mr. President, the world's largest movie house owns no cinemas. It's called Netflix. And if you look at the United Nations, in its 2018 e-government survey, it noted that exploiting the digital government has far-reaching potential for countries, not just for improving institutional processes and workflows for greater efficacy, but effectiveness of the public service delivery, but also in ensuring inclusion, participation, and accountability so no one will be left behind. You know, Mr. President, when I'm doing my research for these bills and my presentation, I always, Senator Brown, have a look at what is the world's best practice. I believe, as small as we are as a country, with just under 3 million people, I believe we can be the best in the world in anything. So when I do my research, I benchmark against the best in the world. And if you look at the EGDI, that's the index, right? Denmark and New Zealand, they rank number 1 and 2 in the UN's E-Government Development Index, EGDI. And this really evaluates the progress of online transactions that we do with government. And it also looks at delivery of government data and services. Jamaica, Mr. President, we are currently ranked in the middle group for the EGDI. And I would like to say that this bill gives us the opportunity to significantly move up in that rating. And I would love for a few years for us to come back and say that Jamaica is ranked number 1 and 2, and I believe that we can do it. Mr. President, I had the pleasure of chairing the 8th Biennial Diaspora Conference. And to my amazement, we had a section called the Government Services section. Government at Your Service, it was called, where you had the Passport, Immigration, and Citizens Agency. PICA was there, Registrar General, RGD, and National Housing Trust. I saw Senator Knight, members of the diaspora who lives overseas, going to the Government at Your Service section on the Wednesday and getting their TRN number the following day. And a similar thing with the passport. And I consider that, as we debate this bill, the real use of technology at work. And that is where we need to head to. There's an exciting project, Mr. Chairman, that we are working on at JAMPRO. It's called the National Business Portal, where investors and private citizens can actually do business with government over this portal. And we are hoping that phase 1 will be completed by the end of this year. Phase 1 is really going to deal with business to government. So again, we are moving in the right direction to move up on that index, which I spoke of earlier. Senator Hart mentioned it, and Senator Gale also mentioned it, that a real ICT system and strategy, you must consider the skill set of everyone. Because you can have the system in place, but if you don't have the people well trained, you're going to get yourself in trouble. I'm happy to say, Mr. President, of which JAMPRO is actually the executing agency. We're looking at a development of Jamaica's global services sector. The global services sector, Senator Brown, is basically divided into 2 components. The first component is really geared towards upskilling workers and improving the training systems to ensure relevance and quality of training. And I think that is going to be, I like to call it a game changer in terms of developing an ICT first world structure. And then the second component aims at strengthening Jamaica's capacity to attract investment and increase exports in higher value added services, including the digital segment. Mr. President, with every advancement in technology, there comes some amount of risk. And I'm sure all of us in this House is really following the risk of the security of information under the ICT umbrella. And Senator Brown, I know you like statistics. Listen to this one here. According to IBM's cost of a data breach study in 2018, the global cost of a single data breach, global average cost of a single data breach was US 3.6 million. It's big money, right? Facebook, as I'm sure we have all read, was recently fined $5 billion US for data protection and privacy breaches. So in closing, Mr. President, I'm saying that the government's ICT policy must adequately address how these risks are mitigated by protecting against threats, and in the event there is a threat, how to identify, how to respond, remediate, and recover from the breach. There must also be adequate data protection laws to ensure privacy of personal data. Mr. President, I encourage and I look forward to the Joint Select Committee set up to review the Data Protection Bill, to table its report in Parliament as we work towards implementing the best possible legislation. I think the Data Protection Bill, Mr. President, is long overdue and has to go hand in hand with the ICT. So in closing, I again offer my support for this bill and of the work the government is doing towards delivering both a first-class, world-class government services and improving efficiency through the seamless integration of digital capabilities. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Brown, there's a suggestion that we should probably take a break now and come pick it up afterwards.
I'm going to complain that why every time I get up is a break time, but it's up to you, Chairman.
Okay.
But you have the one.
It sounds as if that all your colleagues on this side want you to finish. Senator Brown, continue.
And I'm conscious, thank you, Chairman, President, I'm conscious also of the 120 break, that our motion that will come at 120. Mr. President, it's clear to me that this is a bill on which both sides are at one. And the people of the country will be happy to say at least we are agreeing on something to move the country forward. And it's so often for them to say, well, the senators are quarreling, controversy. But this is a bill. This is a bill. We may get some. This is a bill that is long in coming. Started before this administration, carried on by this administration. But I want to, as one of the first issues to raise, is that this says regulations will follow. And the problem is we pass bills into laws in this parliament, but the regulations don't come quickly. So the best bills stop. This morning I heard on the radio that a bill that we passed in the Senate in 2014 allowing for timeshare arrangement to boost investment in the tourism sector. Both sides agree on it. But that's 2014. But the regulations in 2019 are still being worked on. So we're 5 years behind. We passed the Road Traffic Act, and we see the cabinet paper said we're going to put in electronic systems. We passed that in the law from last year, November, and actually before that. But the regulations are yet to come. The Disabilities Act. passed a long time ago. But the regulations are yet to come. So while I want to be confident, Senator Webby, in the potential of this bill, I want to know what is being done to make sure that the regulations are going to come quickly. That's key to me. See, Mr. President, many years ago, I recall as a representative of the workers of Cable and Wireless that where Bert's Auto is now was the Cable and Wireless training school. Yeah. And they took all the staff, Senator Webby, through every new program. I think BNS did that too. And you are seeing the efficiency. You see the transformation in the telecom company where they used to have 2 and 3 persons per vehicle. Now they have 1 man and a computer. Efficiency and productivity, Senator Webby. Productivity gains comes from this. I tell you, recently I took my mother for a clinic visit at the hospital. And something that we have done for some years, it was good to see that there was no need for a paper file at the university hospital. And we must commend them. They're able, because they digitalize their records, to just tap in her name and number, and they saw her treatment regime. Saw the medication. So we're doing some good things in IT, but there are some things we're not doing sufficiently. I share with you something I saw in the 90s in Geneva. You walk into the supermarket and you are allowed to weigh your fruits or your product, Senator Webby, and put your own label on it. And they're not concerned about how much they're going to suffer from people like Jamaicans who would put another piece after they put on the label. They're not concerned about that. But in our approach in Jamaica, we treat everybody as thief. So we must put on the worst regulations to catch everybody, when maybe just one person may do it. But they function that into their cost structure. I walk in New York, Mr. President, and in many developed places, and I'm wondering when Senator Webby is going to do it here. And you self-checkout of the supermarket. You scan your milk, you scan your this, you scan your that, you push in your credit card, and you come out. Compare that, Senator Webby, with going into Portmore or coming out of Portmore. And the technology of the tag versus the need to pay. You see long lines, and the tag lines are free, and you wonder why our people are not logging on to the progress of technology. And so we have some public education to do, to explain to our people that it's okay to use an ATM, and that your money is not going to disappear overnight, though some of it happen. But we have to educate our people, change the mindset towards greater productivity. And too often we see it. So I'm in Geneva. I can go into a store at 1 a.m. in the morning and buy product, and pay even with cash, and get change, and not interact.
Mr. Speaker, the time being 1:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business.
The question is that the House be allowed to sit beyond 1:20 to complete its business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Senator Brown.
Yeah. So I'm saying I could do that without interacting with anybody. I could buy my train ticket. I could buy my bus ticket. And I don't have to interact with anybody. I need a photograph. I go and sit in front of a camera. Pictures taken, and I don't have to interact with anyone. So it is possible. Other people are doing it years ahead of us. We need to catch up if we're going to compete in this world. I mean, it's one thing to be running 977, but you're not going to win gold medal with that, even though once that was the world record. So we have to be moving. And when you look at the doing business report, you see other countries moving up, and you say, oh, we don't move, we fall. Not because we're not doing anything, but because what we're doing is not enough. Other people are running ahead of us. And so we have to catch up. Many years ago, Mr. President, I went to Australia, South Australia, to look at their bauxite alumina industry. Mr. President, what we saw then, this is the 90s, frightened us. Not only that people were prepared to work 12-hour shift, which we have got introduced in Jamaica since, but we saw a big truck carrying bauxite from the mines into here. And we looked as hard as we could, but we couldn't find any human being in the cabin driving the truck. Australia. They were using technology to drive those trucks. And we had a demonstration that if you just throw a matchstick across in front of the truck would stop. And there'd be no accident. So they're doing it safely, and they're doing that. And then we saw a big D10 working at the edge of a precipice. Absolutely no driver. And we came back to Jamaica, no operator. We came back to Jamaica and tried to explain what we saw to workers. And they told us it couldn't work. Then they realized, Senator Gill, that GPS was allowing the company to find bauxite out here. Technology. I was explaining to our worker at the post office about how technology is making some of the tasks we do redundant. And the answer I got, Mr. President, is that the technology was a sign of the devil. It was a sign of the devil. And that our mail system now, which is manually sorted, is decades behind the world that sort their mail electronically. I'm not proposing as a union man to remove workers out of the system. I'm saying we need to retrain our workers for the jobs that need to be done and get rid of holding people mostly at low wages at jobs that are not necessary. And the world doesn't come to an end. We see Amazon introducing the robots. But they're saying we need people now who will work on those robots. But that's the reality. So when we hear Senator Webber, Nissan is going to lay off 10,000 people in the world. And then I hear Senator Sinclair say, boy, good year. And I said, boy, it's a good thing I am way ahead of you and you don't understand what happened at Goodyear. You don't understand what happened there. When I go to Ariane Neville and see they're using microscope to look at impurities in the bottle, and then they change out to machines. We are about the need for training the workers in our country to look forward, to see new jobs, to see new opportunities. And so when we come here with a bill like this, it is because we know our country is behind, far, far behind, and we need to catch up. I believe, Senator Gill, there's a time when people felt that the unions were holding back progress and were opposed to progress. I've seen a cable and wireless reduced from 2,000 plus employees to under 500 employees and more productive. So I want to say on behalf of the unions of the country that we are open to productivity gains. I want to say it loud to Senator Braham and where we can hear. The unions of this country are open to productivity gains by using new technology. We're not Luddites. We're not fully aligned. We're ahead of many of the employers. I want to make that clear. We are ahead of many of the employers. It is the employers who never dealt with quantitative measurement who need to come on board. I know you are well advanced. I know you are well advanced. I know you have utilized the benefit of the Productivity Center and with Senator Gill and I sit. We know that, but you can't speak for all of them. Too many of them are still backward. A friend of mine, niece, needed a validation of a UTech degree. She wrote UTech, paid money online, and then, but UTech says they need to see the physical degree that she has to validate it. So she sent it to Jamaica. And when you go to UTech to say, all right, this is the payment number, this is the person, they say, you know what? You need a letter to say you are authorized to make an inquiry. And so you have to wait some time, Senator Charles, to get that letter sent from New York to Jamaica to validate. Our system, as Senator Arnold, so processes and standards need to change. And we need to recognize that if we're going to succeed as a nation, be it in crime fighting, in anti-corruption measures, we have to embrace technology. It amazes me how the children, the very young children, the babies, just like fish in the ocean, take to the technology. We can do it. We must do it. We will do it. I'm glad that you have carried forward the work started before Julian Robinson and others worked on it. I well recall Roger Clark, because I think it was Senator Morris who raised the issue about that technology. I was at Jamaica House when Philip Paulwell was reporting on how we're going to break the monopoly. I remember one person who was then opposition spokesman, all he could say coming to the car park is corruption, corruption. That's what he saw. But you know what Roger Clark saw? That you could take one phone and call the next one and say, hello, hello, hello. It is that hello, hello that has taken us where we are today. Let us not stop the progress. Let us keep it going. This opposition, in government and in opposition, is wedded to a digitalization of the society. We see the benefit of it. We understand the value of it. And this is why we co-own this bill. If you keep doing in the economy what we set out and started to do, the economy will be better. If you do it in ICT, it will be better. If you follow us and work with us on the crime thing, we can improve the crime thing too. So we are saying to you you can find cooperation with us. We were worried this morning when we came and you didn't have enough to pass the resolution later. I'm happy that more have come, and more have come on our side. I can't guarantee all that have come. I can't guarantee that all that have come will vote yes. But if you have sufficient number, you can get our support. We are for taking the country forward, and I'm happy that our approach to this is not partisan. I urge you as I sit, Minister, think about what Senator Floyd Morris has said about Clause 9 and inclusion. If we are Clause 9 and inclusion of people with disability, think about that, put it in, and we are satisfied. Because when it passed the House, I quarreled with our people in the House, Senator Skeffrey. Because I asked Member Robinson, Julian, how could you allow this to be passed en bloc? So swiftly, en bloc, all 26 clauses and the schedule. But that's who we are. We don't oppose for oppose's sake. That's what you get from us today. We hope you will reach your hand out and we shake on this bill. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Charles.
Yes. Thank you so much, Senator Brown. Something must have happened this morning. Yes. And I said it before, Mr. President, as I close, as one Senate, we rise united to discuss this issue. My apologies. My apologies, Mr. President. But again, Mr. President, I think we have been able to address, though lightly, but we are addressing an issue which is very critical, and which, though it speaks in this bill to ICT authority, will resonate across the country in how we treat with issues, because as we evolve in this planet, we are going to be required to ensure that this country is not left behind. And I believe, Mr. President, that it is acknowledged and accepted by all senators that this bill is important for us to move away from what is defined as a fragmented and costly approach, and to move towards an approach that is going to advance accountability and responsibility for ICT across the government. Mr. President, again, I want to thank all colleagues for their contributions, and as usual, I started by saying that I anticipate constructive contributions, and that we certainly received. I want to just speak to two issues, one being the issue which Senator Brown raised last about the matter that was raised by Senator Morris. But before I go there, just to address Clause 21, which was another issue raised, a recommendation regarding 21. And it's not believed that there's any further amendment required for that, but I want to make it clear why. If you look to Clause 6, the ICT power has the power under that clause to issue directives and codes, and these codes would stipulate the standard requirement in relation to ICT, and so it would be within the parameters for Clause 6. However, the suggestion that was made in relation to the inclusion of someone with a disability, with knowledge and experience in ICT, I think should never be understated. It makes sense to me. I saw it as being valid and viable, and an amendment is being proposed in that regard. An amendment would be to the first schedule, paragraph 2, where we would insert the necessary construction in that paragraph that would allow for us to have somebody with a disability within the meaning of the Disabilities Act that has knowledge and experience in the area as part of that board. So if we could move in that regard, Mr. President, quickly to committee, I think we can get rid of that very quickly. There's just one amendment, and then we can move to have your recess and return for the SOE. Ask Mr. President for the second reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish a Body to be called the Information and Communications Technology Authority to promote improvements in information and communication technology service management in all public bodies, to transfer the functions of eGov Jamaica Limited and the Office of the Chief Information Officer to the Information and Communications Technology Authority, and for connected matters read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider clause by clause the bill that was just presented.
Mr. Chairman, with the, or further to no objection from my colleagues, considering that the amendment would be in the first schedule, perhaps you could take these sections en bloc. That would be from section 1 going up to 26. Well, from clause 1 rather.
2.
Unless there are any, there are no proposed amendments further other than the one that has been already articulated, which is found in the first schedule.
It's a good idea.
All right, so will you state the clauses, Senator Charles? No?
No, not yet. It's a setup, you know. It is, you know.
And KB must behave himself. He knows that he's being mischievous.
Yeah. Clause 1 to what, Senator Charles?
26, all of it. 1 to 26, Mr. President.
All 26?
Yes.
You're being provocatively mischievous.
I put clauses 1 to 26. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
There is, Mr. Chairman, a proposed amendment to paragraph 2 of the first schedule, where it would read, a renumbering paragraph C to E as paragraphs D, that would be C, bracketed, a person with a disability, open bracket, within the meaning of the Disabilities Act, close bracket, who is knowledgeable and experienced in ICT or ICT service management.
I put the amendment.
But hasn't gone through any of the law schools.
There would not be that person.
No, I'm not finished yet. I know you would not. So is a point of order this? I just want to clarify.
Well, I can tell you
that such a person would not be able to sit on this committee, even if they're.
Well, again,
even if they're a relative or minister.
What it means is a person who is qualified with an LLB may fit other criteria. What C speaks to is very specific, that an attorney at law in our jurisdiction is someone who is not only qualified as an LLB, but who has sufficiently gone through to receive a certificate of legal education and then being called to the Supreme Court.
No, I raise it because from the seat you sit in, I'm told that trained lawyers have the capability to do it. So I just want to be clear.
Yes.
I want to be clear.
Yes. Yes.
No,
that said, Mr. Chairman, I want us to.
Just a point. And it says here, what's that? Admitted to practice.
Which means, yes.
You do understand that there are some lawyers who operate as lawyers in the government service. Sorry, there are lawyers. For example, in the AG's department and in the DPP's department.
I'm advised not anymore. That perhaps also.
No.
That yes, they all have to get practicing certificates. That might have been in the past, and I'm aware of it.
They're admitted to in the DPP's department, and as clerks.
I know that they have some exemptions in terms of the practicing certificates, but they are admitted.
Oh, yes, I recall it well.
A whole lot of persons, up to very, very recently.
Anyway, so.
Hey, you hungry or something? Yeah.
The matter has passed, yes?
No. I want certitude. It does, because if I am correct, it precludes some persons from serving. Persons who I personally don't think who ought to be precluded. So your hunger must be controlled. Hunger. Not, oh yeah, it's your hunger. No, there are persons in government service who can practice as lawyers. They can prosecute, etc., go to court, but they don't have a practicing certificate. So I'm just saying that if this is as it is, then it precludes, and whether that is the intent.
So I am advised, Senator, that the counsel to whom you speak are admitted. They're called to the bar, but some of them may not have the practicing certificates, but they are called. Yes. Yes, but this wouldn't. Your concern was whether they would be precluded, and so it doesn't seem as if they are precluded in this regard from this. Yes, they're called to the bar. But is there a particular concern, or we can move forward?
No, don't let it detain us.
All right.
Because if it becomes necessary, it's an easier amendment.
Fine. In that regard, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that you put the amendment as it has been detailed.
I put the amendment to the first schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the amended first schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
There's no proposed amendment to the second schedule, Mr. Chairman.
The enacting clause?
The second schedule. No proposed amendment.
I put the second schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with amendment to the first schedule. One amendment. I did say the amendment. One amendment to the first schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment.
Mr. President, we ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish a Body to be called the Information and Communications Technology Authority to promote improvements in information and communications technology service management in all public bodies, to transfer the functions of eGov Jamaica Limited and the Office of the Chief Information Officer to the Information and Communications Technology Authority, and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Mr. President, I move that the items, reports from committees and notices of motions given orally be recommitted.
The question is that the
reports from committees and notices of motions given orally be recommitted.
Indeed, those in favor of the recommittal of those notices? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. At this time, as I announced earlier, we will take a short refreshment break for 20 minutes. 20 minutes sharp. Thank you very much, Marshall.
It's Friday, July 26th. This is the news on PBCJ and Carol Francis. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, MOCA, has completed its probe into reports of financial irregularities totaling millions of dollars at the Institute of Sports in Sports.
MOCA has completed their investigations on irregularities at Institute of Sports. The matter has been referred to the DPP, and we are awaiting a ruling.
In 2018, Ms. Grain said when new management took over at InSports in April 2017, it found that the CDF account, based on the ledger balance, should have been at $3 million. However, the actual figure in the account was $200,000. Concern was also raised over pension payments collected from staff, which reportedly totaled $44 million in contributions, but it was allegedly not paid over to the administrator of the pension fund. A special report was also tabled in Parliament by Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis, which identified a slew of inconsistencies at InSports. It outlined weaknesses in financial and operational practices. Jamaica will host a regional forum on sargassum in the Caribbean. The forum, which is being spearheaded by the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, is underway at the regional headquarters of the University of the West Indies, MONA. Sargassum is a type of brown seaweed and numerous species are distributed throughout the temperate and tropical oceans of the world, where they inhabit shallow water and coral reefs. It often causes a foul odor, releasing fumes of sulfur compounds that rust metals and damage modern conveniences. The objective of the forum is to share knowledge and best practices as it relates to sargassum, specifically the type which originates from the coast of Brazil. Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett says Jamaica is taking the lead on this critical issue of preventing sargassum from negatively impacting beaches, which will ultimately have a negative impact on Caribbean islands that are heavily dependent on tourism. Cabinet has taken a decision to close the Jamaican embassy in Kuwait.
The decision was taken as the presence of the Jamaican embassy in Kuwait has not made any contribution to the objective of the government of Jamaica to grow its economy and create jobs for Jamaicans. In other words, we established the embassy, but we have not seen any concrete benefit that has accrued to Jamaica since its establishment. This, of course, will be served by our embassy in our High Commission in London, where our High Commission will visit if necessary and from time to time.
The finals of the popular National Festival Song Competition takes place tomorrow at the Ranny Williams Entertainment Center in Kingston. An iconic program on the JCDC's festival calendar, the Jamaica Festival Song Competition has unearthed an array of talent over 50 years. Marlon Stamwells gives us a peek at the 11 contestants vying for millions in prizes on Saturday, July 27.
The National Festival Song Competition is Jamaica's longest running talent competition.
Pick up Queen Jamaica, Queen Jamaica, Queen Jamaica.
Yes, a Jamaica we know. St. Catherine we know. St. Thomas where we know. The whole world want a piece of Jamaica. Everybody want a piece of Jamaica.
These are just 3 of the contestants who will showcase their singing and performance skills at the Ranny Williams Entertainment Center. 11 artists will vie for the title. This is a departure from previous years.
We start sharply at 7 p.m. The final promises to be a closely contested and exciting affair. This slate of 11 contestants all feel that they have a great chance of winning the top prize, and they've all gone all out in terms of preparation. You will notice I said 11. We normally promote the top 10, but we selected this year a wild card. So we have 11 contestants.
Jamaica, Jamaica, bless Jamaica, happy we island. Still a lot of interest. It's the island Jamaica, bless.
To never give a man more than he can bear, and I will never judge a one by the way they appear. Sweet Jamaica, sweet Jamaica, sweet Jamaica, land we love. Oh. Hero them fight very hard, them have to fight with the hard and abroad. Hero them fight very hard, so we can enjoy we hard.
The National Festival Song Competition provides a platform for seasoned veterans and aspiring artists show off their talents. The festival is attracting a younger, more mainstream audience.
Youngest contestant this year is 19 years old, and we also have seasoned performers who help to create a great mix. And what's also good about this contest that it encourages original works. And there are some well-established big-name artists who have already indicated that they will be involved in next year's competition, either as songwriters or participants. Now, as was the case last year, this year the performer of the winning song will take home $1 million. And the writer of the winning song will also get $1 million. $1 million. And if the singer is the writer, then it's bonanza, $2 million. And it is deliberately done that way to encourage songwriting and to encourage songwriters. This year we will have second and third place, as well as sectional prizes, including Best Vocalist, Best Performer, and Best on Social Media.
Our love never change. We love Portia Simpson, we love Babsy French. Help me big up Jamaica. We have the one for Jamaica. We not run left Jamaica. We just love with Jamaica. Tropical vibes with the world, yes, so nice. Jamaica, I'm the first choice. I saw me go, I saw me friend them day, I saw me know, I saw have jerk, chicken, coconut water, and food full of spice. I saw me low, I saw well nice.
The finals of the 2019 Festival Song Competition will be shown live right here on PBCJ, the People's Station. PBCJ's coverage begins at 6:30 tomorrow, Saturday, July 27. For PBCJ News, I'm Marlon Samuels.
The Jamaican government is in support of the establishment of the 4th campus of the University of the West Indies in Antigua and Barbuda. The campus will reportedly serve Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts Nevis, and Montserrat.
It has agreed that Jamaica will not object to the establishment of the university. Initially, it was felt that it was necessary for us to examine very carefully all the implications and the possible costs down the road. A conclusion was arrived at that the government of Antigua and Barbuda would finance the entire cost of establishing the campus. And it was therefore agreed that we would support it. But there is an implementation committee, is that the term, PS, that will include Barbados, Trinidad, and Jamaica to ensure that the implementation of the campus is conducted in a manner consistent with what are the objectives and what has been agreed by the member states.
Over in Cuba, the Latin American School of Medicine has graduated close to 500 new health professionals. The graduation ceremony took place at the Karl Marx Theater in Havana.
500 new doctors from 84 nations have just received their titles as such in the 15th graduation of the Latin American School of Medicine in a ceremony that took place in the Karl Marx Theater in Havana, Cuba. The Latin American School of Medicine, known as ELAM, due to its initials in Spanish, was founded by Cuban historical leader Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz some 20 years ago. From thence, this educational institution has graduated 29,639 doctors from 115 nations. Amongst those present in this medical promotion 2019 of ELAM were the Cuban Minister of Health, Dr. José Ángel Portal Miranda, the Chancellor of the Republic of Gambia, Dr. Mamadou Tangara, the famous American actor Danny Glover, dear friend of Cuba, leaders of the Communist Party, and members of the diplomatic corps authorized in Cuba. Direct from Cuba, Richards, Canal Caribe.
Health officials in Belize are on the alert amidst a major dengue outbreak. We have more in this report.
There are over 600 confirmed cases of dengue in Belize so far. This is 2 times the amount recorded for the entire year of 2018 and more than the numbers when combining the figures from the past 2 years. It has thrown the Ministry of Health into a frenzy as they try to contain the spread.
So we're looking at laboratory surveillance, looking at confirmed cases. And so We had seen an increase of more than usual at the beginning of the year, but it had been a gradual increase. However, in the last 5 to 6 weeks, we have noticed a drastic increase in the number of cases. As mentioned earlier, it was mostly concentrated in the north. Started in Orange Walk, then it started spreading to Corozal. We had some small numbers in the Keys. However, since we have noticed this increase the last 5 to 6 weeks, we have seen an increase in the southern part of the country, Stan Creek District to be more specific, and also in the Cayo District. There are communities that are, of course, having higher numbers than others.
The statistics show that children between the ages of 5 and 9 and adults up to 39 years contribute to the bulk of those reported with dengue fever. Considering the rainy season is upon us, the ministry is expecting that the figures will increase.
Disease modeling, looking at trends that they had started seeing late in fourth quarter of 2018. So the region and a whole, they was seeing an increase in cases. So based on those forecasting, they alerted us and told us, look, we're going to see more several outbreaks, or we expect several outbreaks. And so back then we started doing some media rounds. I believe it was in March. So since that period, we have been seeing an increase in cases. But what the ministry did at that time was to basically put the different regional programs in country on alert. We have in place whereby our surveillance and management committees within the different districts have developed their dengue preparedness and response plan.
In sports, West Indies dominated day 2 of the first unofficial test against India. We have the highlights.
While we continue, Panshan, LBW looking to lap him. LBW for 49. Hakeem Cornwall to Gill. Last over before lunch. Gill looking to go over mid-wicket, leading edge, and he is caught a slip backward running back. Hakeem Cornwall, first delivery after lunch. The man Barrett looking to hit him over mid-on. Good running catch, running back over his left shoulder, never settled, dived in the end and took a good catch. Shamar Holder took brilliant catches. Look at this one again, short delivery from Cummins to Bihari, hooked. And the man Shamar Holder coming in to a low catch, diving forward, and certainly 2 highlights for the day. Shamar Holder's catching. And Shamar Holder came back and bowled Dubé, full pitch with the second new ball, and he was bowled. And then in the final over of the day, 2 wickets for Cummins. LBW was Gautam. And then with the final delivery of the day, Nadeem, coming in for the last few deliveries, was caught down the leg side by wicket-keeper Jamar Hamilton.
Yesterday, we featured 5 of the 11 finalists in this year's festival song competition. Here now are the remaining 6.
Sweet Jamaica, sweet Jamaica, sweet Jamaica, land we love. Oh, sweet Jamaica, sweet Jamaica, sweet Jamaica, land we love. Oh, Jamaica we love, St. Andrew where we love. Portland where we love, yes, a Jamaica we love. St. Catherine where we love, St. Thomas where we love, St. Anne where we love, yes, a Jamaica we love. Oh, 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 oh.
I got this love for Jamaica, I want to share it with you. A real deep love for Jamaica, will leave but respect you. I got this love for Jamaica, I want to share it with you. Sweet, sweet love for Jamaica, me want you feel the same way.
Help me big up Jamaica. We have one for Jamaica. We not run let Jamaica. saw me friend them day. I saw me know. I saw have sweet woman reggae music and temperature turn up right. I saw me low. I saw well nice. No better than yard. This a tropical vibes to the world, yes, so nice. Jamaica, I'm my first choice. Me tell you, say, no better than yard. No matter what I rise, Jamaica be life. It's sweet like sugar and spice.
The finals of the National Festival Song Competition takes place tomorrow at the Randy Williams Entertainment Center. Join PBCJ tomorrow evening at 6:30 for live coverage of the National Festival Song Competition. Please join us. And that's our package. Join us again Monday, same time, same place, for more news right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
There's a long-distance relay that's still on. Many have taken it this far, each leg as important as the next, each challenge faced with determination. Now it's your turn to take the baton. People living with HIV and AIDS and those who are vulnerable need your commitment. It stands in the way of a better quality of life for all of us and our self-respect as a region. It stands in the way of victory in the fight to stop the spread of HIV. Reject stigma and discrimination. Get us to zero.
If you no want pop down and fenke, you fi burn mosquito and run with dengue. So no make water circle in open container. For them we read up under the danger. Usher them out, run them away. Slap them with the zapper and down them with spray. Use mosquito net and mosquito screen. Protect your household, now make them come in. If you no want pop down and fenke, you fi burn mosquito and run with dengue.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
Hi, this is Makeda. Welcome to my Love for Jamaica vlog. Follow me around Jamaica as I show you some amazing sights.
Sweet, sweet love for Jamaica. in patois, imitated all over. I'm so in love with Jamaica. That's why me have to tell you that I got this love for Jamaica. I want to share it with you. A real deep love for Jamaica. Well, if I respect you, I got this love for Jamaica. I want to share it with you. Sweet, sweet love for Jamaica. Me want you feel the same way too. I got this love for Jamaica. I want to share it with you. A real deep love for Jamaica. Well, if I respect you, I got this love for Jamaica. I want to share it with you. Sweet, sweet love for Jamaica. Me want you feel the same way too.
Take it down. Reggae music is the heartbeat of the country.
Low and stable inflation
Is the heartbeat of the economy.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs and manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs around here. A message from the Ministry of Health.
Hi, my name is Dimitri.
And I'm Jamani. And we're here with UNICEF Jamaica,
JN Foundation,
and FIA Foundation.
We are here in Halfway Tree talking to the people about road safety and how it affects us children. Follow us.
How many children died from road traffic crashes in 2017? Is it A, 27, B, 11, or C, 17?
15. No.
Oh, I would guess 11.
No, that's not it. C17.
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 You are correct. 17 children died since the start of the year. Thank you for participating.
This has been the X Marks the Spot Vox Pop. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Jamaica land we love. Help me big up Jamaica. We ever want to Jamaica. We not run left Jamaica.
Starting January 1, 2019, scandal bags and other plastic bags measuring 24 inches by 24 inches and smaller are banned in Jamaica. Big garbage bags measuring over 24 inches by 24 inches are still allowed. So you see, when it comes to your garbage, make sure you still bag it and bin it. And when you go shopping, take a reusable bag with you.
Of Jamaica. Brought to you by the Tourism Enhancement Fund and Wisinco.
There's a long-distance relay that's still on. Many have taken it this far, each leg as important as the next, each challenge faced with determination. Now it's your turn to take the baton. People living with HIV and AIDS and those who are vulnerable need your commitment. It stands in the way of a better quality of life for all of us and our self-respect as a region. It stands in the way of victory in the fight to stop the spread of HIV. Reject stigma and discrimination. Get us to zero.
PBCJ is now the source of information about Indian culture. Watch Incredible India on PBCJ and learn more about their homeland, Indian mythology, religion, food, music, and dance. Join us Sundays at 3 p.m. and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. for Incredible India.
Incredible India.
I get a little trip, you see. We go to New York City. So me get up early one morning, gone to the embassy. Me have me car title, the bank book and me job letter with me pay. On the man behind the window, on the look for me and say, hey, Mr. Brown, can you prove to me that you will not run away? Mr. Brown, can you prove to me that you will not overstay? Me never want to get vexed, we just have to think what next. So I said, sir, let me tell you something about myself. I saw me leave, I saw me go, I saw me friend them day, I saw me know, I saw have sweet woman reggae music and temperature turn up right, I saw me low, I saw well nice. In the line right next to me was a nice young miss, you see. Tell me, say, she have a little shop and she need some things in her Miami. Well, me no know where them say to her, but it look like them get her out. Me hunger here when she kiss her teeth and then she start all out. I saw me leave, I saw me go, I saw me friend them day, I saw me know, I saw have jerk, chicken, coconut water and food full of a spice. I saw me low, I saw well nice. In the middle of the embassy, everybody start rock with me. We sing out why we love Jamaica eternally. We tell them about roots, breadfruit, bulla and pear. All kind of fruits are ripe through the air. Mountains, rivers, warm sea water. Good school for me son and me daughter. And when our time for your fun, everything turn up vibes can't done. I so well, I so well, I so well nice. I saw me leave, I saw me grow, I saw me friend them day, I saw me know, I saw name Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaica suit me just right, I saw me low, I saw well nice, I saw me leave, I saw me grow, I saw me friend them day, I saw me know, I saw name Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaica suit me just right, I saw me low. nice, I am so me love. I am so well nice, I am so me love. I am so well nice, I am so me love. I am so well nice.
There's a long-distance relay that's still on. Many have taken it this far, each leg as important as the next, each challenge faced with determination. Now it's your turn to take the baton. People living with HIV and AIDS and those who are vulnerable need your commitment. It stands in the way of a better quality of life for all of us and our self-respect as a region. It stands in the way of victory in the fight to stop the spread of HIV. Reject stigma and discrimination. Get us to zero.
We know times are hard, but can selling your vote really make a difference in your life? How many of them even remember you and your community? What you need is opportunity for yourself and for your children. Don't sell your vote. It is illegal. Respect your vote. Vote for opportunity. A message from USAID Comet 2, NIA, and partners.
Low and stable inflation is to the economy what the baseline is to reggae music.
For uplifting entertainment that will change you, join me, Cassandra, on eGospel, Fridays at 8:30 p.m. The show is packed with quotes from the man who changed the course of history and music videos from Jamaica and the world. The musical journey is on Fridays at 8:30 p.m. with encore performances Saturdays at 8 p.m. and 2 p.m. on Wednesdays. That's eGospel on PBC Jamaica for uplifting entertainment that will change you.
Yeah, it's I Concord. Come to represent from a Jamaican era them. We heroes fight very hard, them have to fight with the hard and abroad. Hero them fight very hard, so we can enjoy with hard. The heroes fight very hard, them have to fight with the hard and abroad. Hero them fight very hard, so we can enjoy with hard. Whoa, this a sweet, sweet Jamaica land. I don't know where the 6-0 come from. Not to mention the heroin one. You check Poland when I come from. You want to know about Paul Google?
President, might I again?
One moment.
Oh.
Senator Charles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, as we had indicated at the last instance, that we intend now to move swiftly through the brief debates for the relating to the state of public emergency. In that regard, Mr. President, I will open the debate and then invite my colleagues to make their contribution. As we also acknowledge our leader of government business who was being, Mr. President, attempting to be omnipresent. I don't know how she does it, but she's here as leader, she's elsewhere as leader, and then also dual capacity actually, and elsewhere as president. And so we take the time to acknowledge her stellar work and also to congratulate her for what has been a resoundingly successful 25th session of the International Seabed Authority, of which she has presided over on behalf of Jamaica. And we are grateful. Yes, for the first time. For the first time.
Senator, before you continue, I just want to add that many diplomats were extremely praiseworthy of your management and chairing of yesterday's session. I add my congratulations.
Mr. President, colleagues, we are called upon once again to contemplate these matters of national importance. And we are confronted with the realities, the existing realities of crime that have led us to once again request further extensions of the enhanced security measures in several areas across our country. As a Senate, we have, despite our sometimes opposing views, been able to achieve a consensus in moving forward to implement measures that are effective in taking control of our spaces and saving lives. Undoubtedly, Mr. President, these measures of which we seek support may very well create some hindrance, but more importantly, they have been proven in this judicious balance to exceptionally save lives, and we have to focus on that. As you know, Mr. President, there can be no freedom or human right to protect without life. And that in no way means that we don't have this obligation to respect freedoms and human rights, but what it means is that we are not trying to curtail freedom, Mr. President. We are trying to deliver freedom to the people. Freedom from fear. Freedom from the monster, which is crime and violence in our country. Mr. President, we seek the Senate's approval for the extension of the state of public emergency for the tri-parish region of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, as has been ratified in the lower house earlier this week. And we do so acknowledging, Mr. President, that the premature discontinuation of these bold actions is destructive to our citizens, our communities, and to our country, as stated by our Prime Minister. Mr. President, so long as the emergency situation exists, the extraordinary solutions will be relevant and required. And this is not a measure, Mr. President, of time, but rather a measure of circumstances.
Senator Charles, one small housekeeping matter.
Yes.
You must move that the standing orders be suspended to take this motion because it was tabled today.
I'm guided by your wisdom, Mr. President, and so I will move retroactively.
Yes.
So that the standing orders be suspended for me to take the motion of which I gave notice earlier today.
Continue, sir.
As I said, Mr. President, the measure must be seen not just in the quantification of time, but rather as a measure of circumstances. Currently, our circumstances present a perpetual state of emergency that must be addressed until it is normalized. Mr. President, our bold efforts to protect this country, our country, requires a firm resolve, and for us all to remain persistent and true to the task of ensuring the society is safe, secure, cohesive, and just. Mr. President, we have to acknowledge our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, who advised that we are advanced in executing Plan Secure Jamaica. A plan, Mr. President, which will target a reduction in murders below the regional average of 16 per 100,000. That's under 500 per year. And the state of emergency must be seen within this context and understood as one of the elements of this comprehensive plan. a plan that has to be viewed within the context of the 5-pillar strategy that has been articulated time and time again. A plan that must be viewed, Mr. President, within the context of the allocations that have been exceptional and that are historic allocations that demonstrate a clear priority placed on our national security by this administration. A plan, Mr. President, that strengthens the national security architecture by bolstering the entire apparatus and improving institutions that are charged with coordination, monitoring, management, oversight, and policy making, thereby ensuring greater public safety and more effective measures. A plan, Mr. President, to strengthen the criminal justice system geared towards providing swift and just outcomes and therefore providing a meaningful deterrence to criminal and antisocial behavior. A plan, Mr. President, to encourage youth and community engagements to address some of the root causes of crime and corruption, primarily through social development initiatives. A plan, Mr. President, to strengthen, protect, and secure Jamaica's borders, maritime space, and key sectors of our economy by implementing activities that would protect the agricultural enterprises from predatory larceny and fisheries from poaching. A plan, Mr. President, to strengthen the national integrity system in order to reduce corruption through mechanisms of greater detection, stronger deterrence, along with other influences geared at transformational behavior change. A plan, importantly, Mr. President, to increase and sustain public support for law enforcement and public order, geared at enrolling all of society in the fight against crime and corruption. Mr. President, we know of the zones of special operations. We know of the large investments that are made in equipment to improve the mobility and the resources that are utilized by our security forces. We know of the raft of organizations from CSJP to NYS to HOPE that has more than 20,000 individuals employed. We know of all that we have done here together as a Senate to boost the capacity for our young people to enter the JDF. And all of those things, Mr. President, must be seen within the context of Plan Secure Jamaica. Mr. President, as we move forward, we must also always rely on empirical data and competent professionals so that our decisions are smart and our decisions are sensible decisions for the country. And Mr. President, we are acting on the advice of the security forces, those professionals that have been trained and that have the responsibility, Mr. President, of providing the recommendations in this regard. And they have advised that they require the extension of these emergency powers. And so it is put to this Honorable Senate to vote, having the state of public emergency in the geographical area comprising the parishes St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover remain in force for a further 3 months following the expiration of the current period, as has been requested by these competent professionals and as is supported by empirical data. Mr. President, over the period January 18, 2018 to January 31, 2019, a state of public emergency was declared for the parish of St. James. There we saw a reduction of 70% as it relates to murders. Let me say that again. Mr. President, a reduction of 70% as it relates to murders. Mr. President, the premature end of the state of public emergency in St. James had a negative effect, which was reflected in a resurgence of violent crime and gang activity in that parish. These factors, Mr. President, contributed to the declaration of another state of public emergency on the 30th of April 2019. And this state of public emergency applies collectively to the entire parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, each of which represents a police division but collectively form one contiguous area of operations. And our Prime Minister painstakingly, Mr. President, has articulated and communicated time and time again that our effort is to ensure that as we move forward with these measures, that we improve how we are delivering these measures. We started by ensuring, Leader, that the security forces were trained. And we moved on to ensure that there were facilities to allow for complaints to be made and reasonably and appropriately evaluated. We moved then to listen to the voices of the people and to respect the comments and complaints of those officials, for instance, the public defender, who had concerns with some of the conditions and made the necessary adjustments, and thereafter heard and saw the said persons saying and acknowledging that there have been improvements of which they themselves are pleased. Mr. President, let's look on the numbers. Since the implementation of the state of public emergency over the period 30th of April 2019 to the 21st of July 2019, murders and shootings in the parish of St. James have reduced by 40% and 27% respectively when compared to the equivalent period 5th of February 2019 to the 29th of April 2019 prior to the declaration. Mr. President, we are not able to challenge the facts, and we don't come here to throw facts in any arrogant way. We come here to put the facts to our senators, our colleagues, so that we can move beyond the veil and look on the facts and statistics for what they are. It proves and establishes, Mr. President, that the measures are effective, and when the measures are removed, it shows the reverse impact. What it also does, Mr. President, is supports the notion that as we know it may take 100 years for a tree to grow, it may take only 10 minutes for you to cut it down. The process, Mr. President and colleagues, of developing a space in this country where the rule of law and order can prevail will not be one that will occur in an instant. It will require a determination, a dedication, and a consistency of purpose and fixity of purpose if we are to achieve those goals. Mr. President, murders and shootings in the parish of Westmoreland have reduced by 74%, and 70% when compared to the equivalent period 5th of February to 29th of April 2019, prior to the declaration. Murders and shootings in the parish of Hanover have reduced by 33% and 80% when compared to the equivalent period 5th of February to 29th of April 2019, prior to the declaration. Mr. President, again, we are here as leaders with a purpose that is collective. The people of Jamaica are more important than any color that we can wear or associate with. Mr. President, notwithstanding these gains, the tri-parish region continues to raise significant security concerns nationally, despite the reductions in murders and shootings which have been achieved since the start of the state of public emergency. The aggregate number of murders within the specified area has remained way too high, Cumulatively, the three parishes have accounted, Mr. President, for 20% of the murders committed throughout the country over the period 1st of January to the 21st of July 2019. The high figures with respect to murders in relation to the population follow a trend. In 2017, St. James recorded, Mr. President, the highest number of murders in relation to population, 183 per 100,000, while Westmoreland and Hanover were ranked as having the second and third highest rates, with 101 and 87 per 100,000 respectively. See these, Mr. President, not just as numbers. Consider yourself looking on all of the faces. 101, 87, and others. Put yourself in the position of being that father, that mother, that husband, that wife, that son, that daughter, that neighbor, that witness. In the following year, 2018, Westmoreland recorded the highest number of murders in relation to the population, with 97 per 100,000 persons, while Hanover and St. James were ranked second and fourth, with 84 and 55 per 100,000 respectively. With reference, Mr. President, to the globally recognized measures of homicides in relation to population, and that is again per 100,000, the three parishes featured prominently year to date on both an individual and a collective basis, as well as the 2.5-year period spanning 1st of January 2017 to the 22nd of July 2019. Mr. President, for that period, St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover were ranked as the 6th, 7th, and 10th parishes in terms of murders committed, with 42, 36, and 29 per 100,000 inhabitants respectively, and projected to be 75, 65, and 51 murders by the year, should there be no abatement. Mr. President, our Prime Minister has been clear in his effort to ensure that the fight against criminality is one that is approached with a certainty and with an understanding that we must first dissect this complex problem. What is crime? How is it distinct from violence? What are the roots of these issues? How are we going to approach this in terms of partnership? Mr. President, the current period of the state of public emergency is slated to end, as we know, on the 29th of July. And we are here requesting an extension of 90 days. And this is with the intent, Mr. President, of achieving the impact. And we hope that it is an extensive and enduring impact to abate the violence in the declared areas. Mr. President, we will speak on the collaboration that's required, on the fact that we have a most functional, if not the most functional, National Security Council, of which the opposition sits, and other bodies of which the opposition participates. And it is critical, because if we are going to impact crime and violence in a sustainable way, government in that regard must mean all of us, not just some of us. Mr. President, I will leave the other matters for closing. And at this time, I will call on members of this Honorable Senate to acknowledge that there is going to be resistance. There is going to always be retaliation from criminals who are being dislocated, who are being targeted, who are being dragged out of the dark and into the light. And we, Mr. President, must give support to the security forces who have asked, who are beckoning for this extension, this tool, to be utilized as an effective strategy, as has been initiated, to reduce murders and to reduce crime and violence across our country. I commend it to my colleagues, Mr. President, and I invite them to make their contributions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Charles. Senator Knight.
Thank you, colleagues. President, this is the same old, nothing new. Same story over and over again. Same faces. And when I look at some of the faces, quite frankly, I know there can't be any change. It's not possible. Not possible. The only time there can be a change is when you change the government and you change the sycophants. That's the only time there can be change. And in this chamber, it's made up of sycophants. You know, two ways about that. So we come and we hear how wonderful the government is doing. And we say how no, I'm not a sycophant, and that's known. If one of you over there, one, just adopt the same approach I adopt to my party affiliation, you will be kicked out of the Senate. It happened before, where you were supposed to exercise independence, but you sign a letter that says if you disagree with what your leader says, you gave him the authority to take that letter to the Governor General as your resignation. And had it not been for an independent judiciary, two would have been denied their place in the Senate. So when I say sycophants, I'm not talking out the side of my mouth. I wish you could think for three sides. Your side, this side, and the people. I am the people. I am the people. When you pass a law in here for the people, you're passing a law for me too. For me too. And that is a part of our problem. That you don't think you're passing laws for yourselves that should govern how you behave. You don't. And that is a major part of the problem. You exempt yourselves from the laws you pass, and so you breach them with impunity. And I will tell you this. You come each time and you say, this thing is temporary. But every single time, sometimes you must listen. You are to listen sometimes without chatting. Listen without chatting. If you know what I am going to say, keep your mouth shut. You have too much mouth. You have too much mouth. Not when I'm speaking. I'm supposed to be heard in silence. And I'm now asking you to cause him to shut up so I can be heard in silence.
I will ask you to address the president.
I ask
and don't forget.
President.
Then address me. Don't address Senator Brem.
I look directly into your two eyes and says, I am asking you to cause me to be able to speak in silence. In silence. Instead of grinning, I expect you to act. Thanks. I heard some announcement from the Prime Minister, which said he had this wonderful plan, anti-crime plan, the best since independence. I don't think the Prime Minister is in a position to say that, because I don't think there's any Jamaican who would believe that he has read every plan since independence. He hasn't. And the country is waiting on a plan. Can't continue like this. Each new morn new widows howl, new orphans cry. And there is nothing that this government can do other than a state of emergency. Is there no other balm in Gilead? This is an inept government made up of inept individuals. It is a combination of ineptitude and corruption. And when there is that combination, then the country is doomed. Doomed. They can't discipline their own. They can't prevent their own from engaging in criminal activity. How are they going to engage members of the public from behaving in criminal activity? Because some of the people in the country see representatives of government as criminals themselves. So they're in the same barrel. They're in the same barrel, they're acting together. And then they come and speak about a state of emergency and how wonderful it is working. are wonderful. It's a crying shame that for so long they have been unable to present to the people of Jamaica a comprehensive anti-crime plan. And saying that there exists one that is the best since independence can't work, because it would be a guarded secret. There's no Jamaican who can articulate this plan that is the best since independence. Not the person who said it exists, not the person who is supposed to implement it, and not anyone else who mouths the same. There's no plan. And yet the country is being asked to give support. Give support to what you don't know? This government is a sham. Those who pretend to be busy at governmental work, they are little puppets manipulated by some unseen puppeteer. And they come. If you open your mouth again, I'm going to shut mine. You're not going to be speaking when I am. I must be heard in silence. You know, one of the things that always fascinates me is when I hear people, when there are discussions about others' lives, when you hear them laughing and you see them grinning, and you understand how callous those are. These are people who Shakespeare described as wretches of the earth. Callous. They don't care about people. They don't. They don't. What are those Shakespeare are so withered and so wild that look not like the inheritance of the earth, and yet are on it? Are on it. Why is it that they don't care? Why is it that they can't show that they care for poor people of this country? Why is it they feel happy when they move from 180 dead to 178 or 105? They seem happy. You must still be concerned about those who have been murdered and do something, for goodness sake. You're patting yourselves on the back and think you're doing a wonderful job, admitting of not one new thought as to how to approach this problem. Mind locked, sealed, impervious to any suggestion from any quarter of goodwill. Private sector organization of Jamaica wanting to help, eager to help, you lock them out.
Shame. Churches.
The doors of the churches are open. The pastors would like to pass through and sit with you all in your corridors. But you have them not. You know it all. And all you're doing is continuing your contribution to the death of innocent citizens. Your action may seem to be well guided, but the truth is it has murderous consequences. And it is the consequences that we are to be concerned with. Because if your good intent curbs nothing, then you are useless, especially in circumstances where you will not admit of the need for change. And so, President, this is like a chorus. They come with emptiness. They leave with emptiness. And their achievement is emptiness. But their comfort level is satisfied. And it is satisfied because of a reason. Because of a reason. It is satisfied because they care not. They care not. One senator had taken me on for that. I demonstrated caring, doing something, trying something. These don't care. All they can do is laugh amongst each other whilst we try to find solutions. And if one solution is suggested, they don't have the desire to even look at it, let alone implement it, because they think they know it all. And yet, they are enveloped in their own ignorance. I weep. I weep for my country. I weep for my people. And I weep for the government. Because that is what it is in name, and name only. It governs not because it knows not how to govern. But those who make it up will pat themselves on the back. And they will chant among themselves and say how great they are. How great they are. And when they leave here, they will feel that they have achieved so much, and yet the results, when examined, show so little. But the pleasure on their faces is something to behold. How happy they are for how great they have been. How happy they are for how great they have been. And yet, the blood of Jamaicans continue to flow. And their heart skips not a beat. It is a crying shame.
Thank you, Senator Knight. Senator Samuda.
Mr. President, permission to speak from a seat, not my own. I will be brief, but I wish to make a couple points because we have had this debate previously. Can you ease up, please? We have had this debate previously, and even as recently as last week. There is a point Senator Charles has made several times in all of the debates that relate to national security. He has often called on us on this side and on your side to walk with him or walk and make arrangements to go through the communities where these measures have been implemented. It's a call that we all should take. I recall last year when we visited St. James and we toured the detention facilities and we toured the checkpoints and we were able to speak with the police, the private sector, those perhaps not skinny, but those that those that ran cook shops. We went on the ground, we spoke to ordinary citizens, we spoke to persons of varying economic, social backgrounds, and their call was simple, that they wanted us to continue with the state of emergency. I have recently done the same thing again in St. James, and I've also taken the time to do the same in areas of St. Andrew South. And it is because of these trips that I rise today, not just to support, but to ask my colleagues to do the same on your side. It is the sense of security and the sense of hope that things will improve and things will get better that they feel because of the measures which have been implemented, which you should vote for. There's a context that we should look at, right? I think it's not even a thought. There can be no argument that along the way, since independence, there have been successes and there have been some mistakes made, especially as it relates to national security. I think it was a mistake on our part in 2002 when we didn't support the amendment brought by then Prime Minister P.J. Patterson to the Defence Act. I think the wording of it required amendment, but the general intention was the right intention. Now, to jog your memory, that referred to the amendment to, I believe it was Section 9 of the Principal Act, and it was the amendments were really looking at how you allowed the JDF to augment and support the work of the JCF. It still required the same order that would have had to be issued by the Prime Minister through the Ministry of National Security, but it spoke to their ability to detain persons and how they could police and how they could go into situations where there were, spikes and concerns. Prime Minister Patterson then said, "It is the view of the government and the law officers of the Crown that in light of the current security environment and the expanded role that is being assigned to the JDF in the conduct of operations pursuant to the provisions of Section 9, that in addition to the immunities, privilege and protection similar to the JCF, which is now enjoyed by the JDF, it should be made abundantly clear that those powers are shared by them." Now what's important is in that year, we had 1,045 Jamaicans lose their life to murder. It was 2002. It was, every Jamaican losing their life to murder is something we should cry about. But the situation then was at 1,045. The fact is that situation caused deep enough concern to then Prime Minister and Minister of National Security Peter Phillips, where he wanted the additional role of the soldiers. You wanted them to be able to detain persons without the support of the JCF. So there was a need for greater detention. Now, albeit it didn't go as far as the regulations give the power to do with a state of emergency, but the situation was not as bad. The concern was not as chronic. The fact is, since that time, we have had years where murder went over 1,600, 60% above where we were then. So if a problem got as much as 60% worse, one would argue, or could argue, that you needed even more than the 60% more measures and more severity to deal with it. Prime Minister Patterson also said in that debate, and it was interesting to read the exchange between himself and former Prime Minister Edward Seaga. The parliamentary craft was quite something to see compared to, in some cases, to some of the debates that we have now. But he said, first, the criminals simply lie low, and they wait for 48 or 72 hours, in the case may be, and the security forces withdraw. Secondly, as a consequence of this, there is no opportunity of building up of any trust or any confidence between the security forces and the residents in communities. Which is why, when the security forces, through the head of the army and the head of the police, asked us to continue and to vote to extend the states of emergencies in St. James last year, we should have. And it is a mistake that we made. So I started by saying I believe it was a mistake for us not to support this in 2002. I believe it is a mistake for us not to have gotten the support of the opposition towards the latter part of 2018 in the support of that extension. Because the fact is, the situation and the severity of it called for it, and that is my position. What I can't ascertain from it, and I'm sorry Senator Knight had stepped out, I see where a committee was set up to look at the amendments proposed by the opposition then. What I haven't been able to ascertain, Madam Clerk, is whether that committee ever met, because I requested information from the committee section and no record of it could be found, which suggests to me it didn't meet, which I think is, if it indeed did not meet because I wasn't able to get in contact with any other members of said committee, that would have been a shame. But I'd have loved to have heard from... Sorry? Well, you would have had enough to have quorum, so the committee could have met. The point is that there's no evidence of the committee meeting, and that would have been a shame. So I'd love to know if indeed they did meet, because it would be indeed unfortunate. But that being said, that was the concern then. That was the concern then, and that was a recommended approach from the then government then. But where are we now? Yes. We are in a situation where since 2015, when you look at the year-to-date numbers, 2019 over 2015, you're trending up with murders and shooting. Murder is actually up, trending 11% when compared to the 2015 year. And why I look at that, I've seen several security ministers over my years watching the parliamentary process always speak to the fact that we have to look at the trends over a period of time. So it's good to look at a 4-year running average. But what else has happened in that 4-year period? What was the situation? What was the general environment in 2015? Let's look at it. In 2015, we would have just started to see the benefits of the implementation of the IMF program, but unemployment at that stage was at 13.5%. Today it is at 7.8%. Since then, the poverty rate is declining and relative salaries are increasing. However, what's interesting, the conventional wisdom, and you hear it, in very casual and light conversation, give people jobs and crime will fall. Now, this actually supports that, and I tell you why, because accusatory crimes have declined 44% when you compare it over the 4-year period, which is very similar to the fall in the rate of unemployment. So that actually supports that notion. So you say to yourself, well, how did we attack? What's the reasons for the success? Because you'd love if murder was down 44% as well. So you want to look at what worked to bring down one category of crime and what hasn't worked, so that you're able to bring that across. And you say, well, okay, you attacked some of the underlying factors, the deep need for income and the poverty rate, which should have been increasing at that time. And you've brought that down, and it has helped you reduce accusatory crimes. Now, serious and violent crimes have only marginally gone down, nothing to celebrate. It's down 3.2% last week. It looked like it was about flat. Some reports I've seen, it goes up and down, but generally it's really flat, which is concerning when you consider that your serious and violent crimes are around flat. But one of your categories within serious and violent crimes is down 30% over that 4-year period, and that is rape. So we had discussion last week about really what the incidence of rape was, and I need to make that point. Over the 4-year period, year-to-date numbers show a trending down of rape. Now this is good. So we look at, okay, what has been done in that area, and no issues acknowledging that some of the work that would have been done by the Division of Gender Affairs across the period and across administrations has borne fruit, because there's been deep social intervention where you had abusive situations in many cases, and these abusive situations, as the JCF's own data show, in many cases ended in rape, unfortunately. So there is a success across administrations with bringing that down. So you say, well, if rape is down 30% and you're still just flat in the category of serious and violent crimes, what's going up? And we all know that there's been an increase in shootings and murder. Those are the two big categories that have generally affected the country negatively. Now, when we look at, last week we extended the state of emergency in St. Andrew South Police Division, and when I looked at the statistics that would have come out, just under 100 persons have been murdered since the start of the year in that police division. When you look at the numbers in St. James, we're in a fight against time, because you still haven't brought the numbers down, albeit the fact that you're comparing it with a SOE period where you'd have started the year without an SOE in place. So it's not comparing apples and apples. But you're in a race against time to save additional lives. And the fact is, the security forces have requested additional time. Now, sorry, Senator Crawford not here, because I enjoyed sections of his presentation last week. The major point of difference was his analysis of the situation and as it related to the numbers on rape. But he spoke to looking at the root causes. So if the major issue or where you're not having the success that you want is with gun-related crime that results in murder, you say, well, let's look at the root causes. And there are three documents that I'd encourage my colleagues to take a look at, so that it even informs some of the debate that we have over future national security legislation. And one is the Vanderbilt University study on violent crime in the region. I believe it is from 2010. There's also an updated one, I think, from 2016, which also speaks to some of the changes in the space. The other is the UN Habitat study of 2010, which looks at the root causes of crime, specifically in rural and urban Jamaica. But that makes some very interesting recommendations, and it points to a success that many of us would remember. We'd remember what the crime situation would have been in Grand Spen in 1997. What was it that was done there, and are we replicating those efforts now? What the UN Habitat report says, Grand Spen using the crime prevention through environmental design approach. In the Grand Spen model, changes were made to improve the image and aesthetics of health and policing facilities. Now, why that's important, colleagues, is because we're also doing that now. There is virtually no week you can't see some cutting of some ribbon, some ceremony or handover of health centers right across the length and breadth of the country. There's virtually no week that you can't see the upgrade and remodeling and renovation of police positions in the space. So you see a victory that you would have had in Grand Spen, that victory is being replicated and being worked right across the country. So that's one step that you have to take. But when we consider, colleagues, that the numbers are where they are, and we consider that we've made the mistake before. We made it in 2002, that's my honest opinion. You made it in 2010 and in 2018. I ask that we don't make the same mistake again. The fact is, there are other steps that have to accompany a SOE. But those things are happening. What you have now is the largest capital budget at the Ministry of National Security, putting in the investment that we so desperately need. Which brings me to a point Senator Brown would have made last week. He mentioned an issue with a scanner, or some X-ray scanners, and he spoke to delivery or what the issue was there. What my own checks found was what you spoke to was the value of the contract versus what had been disbursed. You mentioned in the range of 16 million, which depending on the exchange rate would be pretty close to where it was. Only $30,000 have been disbursed.
Senator Skeffrey.
Come on, Senator Skeffrey.
Senator Skeffrey, I must encourage you to take Senator Knight's recommendation so Senator Samudia can speak in silence.
Senator Skeffrey can talk, man. He can go and give me the vote. He can go and give us the vote. So that's good. But there are no scanners that are unaccounted for. Scanner is being tested because of the amount of radiation that it releases, and they're trying to develop a protocol as well as the associated equipment that has to be used with it, because it's unclear how this new technology works. Well, that's the information. I have documentary evidence to support. What's also interesting, and what you didn't bring up, what's also interesting is you didn't bring up who actually got the contract, which is a former candidate, a former two-time candidate of the People's National Party. And I don't know. So but there's the thing. The machine is not unaccounted for. So we need to be accurate if we're going to. When there are issues, Senator Brown, you have my support to call them out. But in this case, it's just not an issue. It's 2018 March that the payment was made in. The contract was signed in 2018 and a payment of $30,000 came in March 2018, and I have a copy of the documents. I'm not asking. No problem, but I'm talking about that one because you brought that up. We soon come to that. The point is, the machine is not unaccounted for. And it's one tranche of the total contract value that has been released, and you're developing the accompanying protocols before you spend any more money. So we just need to be accurate. When there's issues, call them out, keep us accountable. However, when there's not issues, let's just be accurate. That's all I'm asking for. No, but if I wouldn't bring it up if we hadn't done the checks and the checks didn't show that. Yeah, but you call it out and you should. You should. Either way. Either way. Senator Skeffrey, go vote for me, so I'm not quarrel with him and shout across the aisle. Hear what we're saying now. We are in a position where murder is still. No, I'm closing. we're in a situation where murder and violent crime, especially as it relates to gun crime and gangs, is still too high. There are some areas which these gangs operate in more than others. The government has taken the decision to declare the states of emergency in these areas because we are going after them. So I am asking you to give me the vote, and I'm happy that you will do so. No, I'm closing. And I'm thankful that you will support it because the people of St. James, of Hanover, of Westmoreland, and of the Kingston South Police Division, thank you for supporting it. And I thank you. I close, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Samuda. Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, every time we come to do this, I am challenged. When I was sworn into the Senate, I saw it as an opportunity to give service to my country in what I describe as the last chapter of my life. When I took the oath to uphold the Constitution, it was beyond my comprehension that I would be called upon so many times to breach it. You know, Mr. President, I have great challenge, great difficulty understanding how persons can actually spin a spin to say that what we are doing here is within the confines of the Constitution. I have a great difficulty. I have a greater difficulty when I hear the Prime Minister say that this is a crime-fighting tool which he wants to use for 5 to 7 years. And one of the things that I think needs to be done is that this matter needs to be taken out of partisan political discussions. And perhaps it is an urgent matter on which the court will have to rule. You see, Mr. President, Sir Alexander Bustamante used this state of emergency once. Prime Minister Michael Malley used it once. Prime Minister Bruce Golding used it once. And our post-independence Prime Minister has turned it into a crime-fighting tool. And the narrative which is emerging is a disturbing narrative, because a narrative which you hear time and time again is a count-off of how many lives have been saved. So it's been justified because they said, look, we saved 30 lives. Look, we saved 50 lives. And taking comfort in statistics like that is actually almost acclaiming a success rather than analyzing the problem in the way that it's deserving of analysis. You see, I sit here all the time and I hear the condemnation of the opposition by saying, oh, the state of emergency was brought to a premature end after 1 year. After 1 year, that it was brought to a premature end.
And the whole world gone.
And immediately after this premature end, murders trended up in St. James. So what about an analysis of it to see if the end was premature? Or as we caution time and time again, you're suppressing crime, suppressing figures, and the criminals are simply waiting you out. But the narrative, the spin is so strong and so well crafted that nobody, it seems, takes into account the other possibilities. And that is why the Prime Minister has to use it as a crime-fighting tool for 5 years.
7 years.
And then to 7 years, according to him, because that's the only way that the narrative can be sustained. You have to keep it there because you have to keep on suppressing the figures. Well, let me tell you something. If that is the approach which has been taken, you're underestimating the criminals. And if you underestimate the criminals in this country, you cannot respond to them effectively. Now, let me tell Senator Samuda that I also carry out and have the discussions, but I went a little further than you did. I asked the citizens, what is it that you like about the state of emergency? And the answer was so simple and so clear. We like the police, the presence of the police and the soldiers in our community. Now, I'm not one for having soldiers out there all the time, you know. Because when you do that, and you have soldiers on the street all the time, you are actually impacting the role of the military. And I don't think that should be a permanent state. I think that when people see soldiers on the street, they must know that it's serious business that we are talking about. But in a way, I'm almost, as I said on the last occasion, because it's almost like you could say, look at the Hansard and read the speeches. I almost have a bit of sympathy for the Prime Minister. Because as is said over and over again, we are acting on the recommendation of the security forces. We are not doing this by ourselves. We are doing what the security forces recommend. And it seems as though in Jamaica now, those people who lead the forces have one recommendation: a state of emergency. In fact, at the editors' forum, when the Commissioner of Police was being interviewed, he said that there are people who are now coming to look at the formula of a state of emergency. In fact, he couldn't even remember where in Atlanta they were coming from. And he said, oh, this county is near the airport. But they are so fascinated by how the state of emergency is being utilized in Jamaica that they are coming to Jamaica to see it. One shudders. One shudders to hear the Commissioner of Police make a remark like that. And it wasn't always so. I have sat and I've tried to analyze why it is. Is it because he has a military background? But then I have to think about what former Chief of Staff and Commissioner of Police Hardly Lewin said. And in a letter to the editor in January 22nd, 28, I want to read some parts of it. It says that a state of emergency is the ultimate tool in the law enforcer's toolbox. When taken from that box, it must be used for the shortest time possible and must be a first step in a bigger overall plan. He goes on to discuss other aspects of the state of emergency, but he serves us this caution. We must resist the temptation to pull this tool, even when urged to do so by popular opinion. We cannot run the risk of having our state of emergency turning into a farce. We are already past that stage. When I went down to Montego Bay, was it like 2 weeks ago? I didn't even know that we had reached upon a checkpoint. The two young soldiers baked by the sun, because the sun was pelting hot, were just out there. They obviously didn't even have the energy to do a check. You would never drive through St. James and believe there's a state of emergency. And there are people who say that certain people in St. James don't even remember there's a state of emergency. They're so unaffected. When you see some fest in a state of emergency, and they turn off, they say, no, we have to turn off at 6 o'clock or 7:35 in the morning, you understand what it has become. And you understand how it is that there are more than 2 Jamaicas now. Because the poor man on the corner say, I am suffering, I can't make no money because I have to close down so early. The hairdressers are saying, I can't make any money because by the time the people are coming from work to come to my hairdressing parlor, it's time for me to close. You hear the bartender say, boy, sometimes I turn off the light and I serve a drink. But since the police know that that is what he's doing, that don't last more than 20 minutes. And I'm cautioning the government, although I know they will not listen, because I know they do not listen, that they need to begin to take a very serious look at what they are solving and what they are creating. Finally, I say, Mr. President, that recent events have demonstrated that this focus on the state of emergency is making us miss many opportunities. I recall how exultant the police force was when they say that we have arrested 24 of 33 alleged gang members of the One Don gang.
Landmark investigation, they say.
When the time came for them to go to court, 17 people were brought to the court. When the time came for the judge to look at the matter, there were no documents before the court. When he protested and documents were brought, only documents for 10 persons. So 7 had to be returned. That could not have been proper investigation. When the matter is finally before the court, the judge realizes that 16 statements are outstanding. And you see the inequities in a society where some people can't get arrested because the investigations are not complete and there are statements outstanding and you need to send it back, and others are put before the court. 24 supposed to be, 17 actually placed, 10 with documents, and 16 statements are outstanding because investigations are not complete. And you expect the society to look on at all these injustices and feel that this government really cares about their plight, or that there's equality in the way that the justice system treats everybody, and you don't expect resentment, and you don't expect criminality to increase? Mr. President, Senator Samoud has invited us to look at some documents, and I'm going to invite him to look at the Auditor General's report on the Jamaica Constabulary Force. It's dated April 2019. And when you do that, because I'm beginning now to see that you are sincere about some of these matters, and I respect that, I want you to share it, to bring it to your government's attention, so that they can see how April 2019, the Auditor General's report on the Jamaica Constabulary Force. I'm not going to go into it on this occasion. Mr. President, there has to be another way. There has to be another way. When I was first appointed to the Senate, I had the pleasure and the distinction and honor of serving with a man called Freddie Rattray. He's the one who has scarred me for life. Because when I saw Freddie Rattray get up and send back legislation passed by his own, which was before the Senate, from his own government, and say, you have to look back at that. Fix it. Fix it. There was no way that anything he did, that he approached in a partisan manner. He put the country at the centerpiece of whatever he did, and had no reluctance in sending back any piece of legislation which he did not consider appropriate. Oh, for those days, they will never return. So, Mr. President, we are here again today, And at the rate it is going, it seems that when I do write my memoirs, I will have a list of the times that I've had to compromise my own beliefs in trying to assist the government in charting a course where they compromise the Constitution daily, simply because I don't see any choice, simply because I don't see another way, simply because there's a dearth of ideas, and all we can do is pull from the toolbox something called a state of emergency, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Charles.
Colleagues, I thank you for your contributions, and as I close, I note the comments of Senator Scott Motley. And let me just say, you know, again, I think I've said it at every opportunity that we've discussed these issues, that it is not difficult to appreciate the concerns of the opposition. And though they may sometimes be articulated in ways which I don't agree with, or that I think might be inflammatory, moving through all of that, it is critical that as we implement measures of this nature, that we still have the checks and balances to guide us in the right direction. But I want to assure you that what the Prime Minister and government have put forward is not a state of emergency that can be properly compared as similar to those before it. It is a state of emergency that, when seen accurately and within the context of all that has been done to improve it and to establish it as you rightfully say, as a tool to save lives, and a tool that has garnered the support and the confidence of so many of our citizens because of the way that it has been implemented. Now, an important point. We all can agree. Is this the best thing since sliced bread? Is this something that everybody would want to have every day in every community? The answer is clearly no. But we are searching for solutions in this country. And we must be truthful in saying that as we look on the complexity of the crime monster, what has been put forward to cauterize the bleeding and to respond to the calls of the people, this is the most effective measure that has been utilized to treat with murders in our country ever before, as it has been operated. Now, we have learned many lessons, and we have improved the way that the security forces have operated and guided the policy decisions and revisions of how we execute these states of emergencies. And cumulatively, all of these have added value to the effectiveness of these measures. Mr. President, there are some indisputable facts. Through these actions, lives have been saved. Several lives have been saved. And I note the leader of opposition business making reference to the government's repeated communication of lives being saved, lives being saved. But it is perhaps, Senator Gale, the most inimical litmus test. Because without life, there is nothing else. And if we are to look on the primary responsibility of government, it boils down to us having to save lives in order to do anything else. That is not to say that there is not more to be done. But in response, I also have to just reiterate and reaffirm that we have to listen to the security forces. And at this time, I think we must thank the security forces who have been out there, and as you have said, they're out there in the pelting sun. They're out there doing what we don't want to do. They're trained to do so. And one of the things that we have to do, President, one of the things we have to do as we acknowledge the security forces is we have to also make reference to the fact that we must listen to them. And we're not listening to them because the government has become a proxy for soldiers. We move forward to listen to the security forces, Mr. President, because they are competent professionals that are trained and that are fitted with the capacity to guide our Prime Minister and the government in the right direction of what they require in order to carry out their responsibility. Mr. President, collaboration is key, and I thank my colleagues for all that they have said. All of the considerations, all of the remarks will be considered. I want to highlight for Senator, I think it is Senator Knight or Senator Brown, who spoke about the churches. And just to highlight that the Partnership for a Prosperous Jamaica, which serves as the formal framework for the discussion of national issues, including the matters relating to crime as well, includes the opposition, it includes the private sector, it includes civil society, includes the churches, academia, youth representatives, and several other important stakeholders. And we also note that on top of the most functional National Security Council that the Prime Minister presides over, that the Prime Minister has instructed the Cabinet Secretary to set up a committee to develop the framework for a crime management oversight body, similar to EPOC, that will also include a cross-section of representatives from various interest groups, and that will be having the objective of refining and approving the next Partnership for a Prosperous Jamaica meeting coming in September. There have also been several engagements between our Jamaica Constabulary Force and several stakeholders across the country, community groups, churches, and others. And we've met with private sector. So I say that because it is important to let all colleague senators know, because a comment was made, sort of, about not meeting with churches. And I know that not only as administrative have we met with them as an administration, but the security forces have also met separately. This is a complex matter, colleagues. It's not a matter that can be treated with as an isolated solution. It's complex criminal issues. And so I am hoping that we will move to support this, because whether you believe it is the most effective or not, what is your alternative? Please, let me say it again. Last two things I say, I've always said it. Senator Samura, you echoed the call again. Come, let us go on the ground and see it in operation. Take a day, go through. I have been there for more than 6 hours, and you will understand what is taking place. Speak to the soldiers, speak to the police, speak to the people. Lastly, we, the government of Jamaica, welcome all recommendations on any alternative that can be better than what we've put forward to create the kind of results that we have. This is not a brag and a boast. This is an invitation for collaboration. If you, the opposition, if you stakeholders have solutions that can work, bring them, come. We want to work together with you in partnership to solve the problems for our people. Am I correct, senators? Correct. And with that, I rest. I thank you.
Leader. I'll suspend the session for about 5 minutes. The leader has matters to discuss. I put the motion for a vote. Those in favor? Yes, I know. The clerk will 5 minutes are up, Senator.